again.
I don't really know too many people right must be there, but now that this happened, I feel like we definitely should probably come together just to be aware of more things.
The State Bureau of Criminal Investigations is looking into what happened. We'll, of course, continue to follow through. For News 5 here in Ravenna, I'm Keely Olives.
Yeah, Popo have to shoot and kill thugs sometimes. That's just the way it is. Taxpayer relief shots continue after this.
It's the Dan Kapla Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Friday at 4. Let's keep digging deeper into the American economy, tariffs, and why Trump's big, bold move may lead to a major breakthrough sooner than later. Join me at 4.
So if you're going to have a bathroom remodel or renovation done, I've got the perfect company for you, and it's Discount Bath. We're using Discount Bath, most importantly because I know the owners, but really because they do business a certain way that I think you'll appreciate. They'll give you upfront, transparent pricing, and then Discount Bath is going to stick to that pricing. With them, your project is going to be on budget or on time, or they're going to give you their profit. They've got solid wall systems that have a lifetime warranty. Tile has a 5-year warranty. And Discount Bath does bathrooms. You probably figured that out, but guess what? That's it. They focus all their efforts solely on bathroom remodeling, which means that your remodel project is going to get their undivided attention. So whether you've got a complete remodel, partial remodel, maybe a tub-to-shower conversion, I promise you Discount Bath can handle your renovation. For example, they got a bath-to-walk-in shower conversion that's only $98.88. Some restrictions do apply. Now, choosing the right company for your renovation of your bathroom, I made that easy. Just make the choice that I made and use Discount Bath. You call Discount Bath today, and when those guys answer, you say, hey, guys, Michael Brown told me to call you guys. 720-979-2322. 720-979-2322, or go online to their website, discountbath.com.
iHeartRadio straight from the studio with Elton John.
Well, Brandy wrote the lyric, which I thought was an amazing lyric. I found it very easy to write to it because it's just such a great lyric. It starts off slowly and then it builds to crescendo with a chorus, and it was so much fun to write. And it was, as soon as we wrote this, we knew this was going to be the title song of the album.
Elton John's music, including his new album, Who Believes in Angels, on the iHeartRadio app.
Need a reverse loan? Yes, they're a great option for seniors who want to free themselves from monthly payments or who need extra cash. Call my friend John Clace at CMG Mortgage, 303-577-7206. With home values high, now's the time to put that equity to work. 303-577-7206. By the way, CMG also does home loans of all kinds. 303-577-7206. 577-7206.
Imagine selling your home and getting paid before and after it sells. It's like getting paid twice. You can with Orchard. Listen to this. Orchard puts cash right in your pocket so you can buy your dream home. Then your Orchard experts prepare and market your old home, including repairs, showings, even price-boosting upgrades. And here's why Orchard's the best. When your home sells for more, which happens 9 times out of 10, you get that cash too. It's almost like getting paid twice. That's why Orchard is the smarter, faster, hassle-free way to sell your home. Let's review. Orchard can unlock cash from your old home to use on your new home. That's payday number 1. You buy your new place, and once you're in, Orchard sells your old home for top dollar. You get that money too. Boom! Payday number 2. Learn how much you could make with Orchard. Start with your free home valuation at Orchard.com. That's Orchard.com. Orchard.com.
Are you the breadwinner in your house? Life insurance covers the cost of living in case you're not there to provide. Are you a stay-at-home parent? Then consider life insurance to protect your loved ones too. Most people don't know if you have term life insurance, you may be paying too much. Term life insurance rates are at historic lows. There's actually a price war among the top insurance companies. Call Term Busters and get a free quote fast. Term Busters will do all the hard work of comparing rates from top carriers to get you the best coverage at the lowest rates possible. Right now, a healthy 45-year-old non-smoking male can lock in $500,000 in coverage at just $55 a month for 20 years. That's right, level rate for 20 years. Smokers can get good rates too. Call now for your free rate quote. 800-200-3070. That's 800-200-3070. Stop paying too much for life insurance. Call Term Busters now. 800-200-3070. 800-200-3070. Sample rate for preferred non-smoker rate class. Exam required to qualify.
no matter what you drive.
I drive a big old truck.
An SUV. Gas guzzler.
I ride the bus.
Always drive the right way.
I listen to Dan Kaplis.
With Dan Kaplis. Afternoons at 4 on 630 K-How.
Well, it's all right. Riding around in the breeze. Well, it's all right. If you live the life you please. Well, it's all right. Doing the best you can. Well, it's all right. As long as you lend a hand.
Dragon, can I say it? Double click, Michael.
I love that that's taken off every time you screw up when you're trying to play audio from Audition over there.
Maybe someday somebody will buy me a new mouse.
Yeah, blame the mouse.
What way? Seriously? Have you seen this piece of crap?
It was fine. It was brand new in the 1980s.
Oh, that's right. I'm sorry. I completely forgot about that. I shouldn't
I'm just
complain.
glad it's not a trackball mouse.
Oh, I had to turn it over to see.
You had to look, didn't you?
I had to look to make sure. And then I saw the bottom of it. A man being transported to a mental hospital, probably a talk show host.
Yeah, Jacqueline, good evening to you. The names of those two officers, they have not been released by police yet. However, we did confirm with a spokesperson for the Fraternal Order of Police that their organization has been in contact with these two officers.
We are very fortunate, extremely fortunate, that the officers were able to survive this encounter.
The encounter that led to this. Skyforce 10 captured the scene outside Friends Hospital Thursday afternoon where a police officer was shot by a man. Philadelphia Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel says he and his partner were trying to help.
This is an innocent situation where the officers are just moving an individual who wants to get treatment. Unfortunately, it turns into a very tragic situation.
Bethel says it started around 12:30. Police approached a man running through traffic on Torresdale. According to Philadelphia police, he was experiencing a mental health issue and agreed to be taken to Friends Hospital. Bethel says the man was not handcuffed because it was voluntary. When they arrived at the hospital and got out of the van, that's when things took a turn.
At some point during that, the individual turned and attacked the officer. I said,
just because it was voluntary, you didn't put him in cuffs? You didn't restrain the individual at all? He's voluntarily checking himself in, and you don't restrain him.
Significant battle is underway and fighting amongst the officers.
Tasing him didn't work, according to Bethel. He was able to get a hold of one of the officer's weapons. Gunshots were fired between him and the officer's partner.
In this instance, the shot that hit the officer's vest was close to the bottom of his vest. But for an inch, we could be here right now with a very different set of circumstances and facts.
The man who had been identified as of Thursday night died at a hospital. We've learned both officers are in their 30s. The officer who was shot has served on the force for 6 years. His partner, a 10-year veteran.
This is a challenging job, so I continue to be proud of the men and women who continue to serve and give their life for this work.
Work that Bethel says could have had a much different ending Thursday. Now, what is not clear tonight is whether this officer was shot with his own gun. We also don't know exactly how many gunshots in total were fired. All of that, we're told, will be part of this ongoing investigation. For now, live at police headquarters, Lily Zhang, NBC 10 News.
Yeah, that was an odd one. I think he should have been restrained. A man brings a knife to a gunfight with the popo.
Tonight, we continue to follow a developing story in Chandler where police shot and killed a man after they say he ran at officers armed with a knife. Good evening and thanks so much for joining us. For 12 News at 10, I'm Cuddy the Divine.
And I'm Mark Curtis. All of this unfolding just after noon today in a neighborhood near McQueen and Chandler Boulevard. 12 News journalist Chase Golightly is out there tonight and joins us live. Chase, what do we know right now?
Mark Rubio, the shooting happened about 10 hours ago, and police are still out here investigating this whole situation, creating a lot of panic for those living in this neighborhood.
It's frightening. It is scary.
Police swarmed the Hamilton Common Apartments Thursday afternoon, creating real panic from neighbors.
When I hear the sirens, it must have been the police. Then you see the helicopters, you know something bad happened. So I think it's terrible.
Many, like Joanna Romero, telling me they've never seen anything like this in their community.
It's kind of unbelievable because, like I said, he's been here for 2 or 3 years, and they've never had an issue like this.
Police say they got the call about a family domestic violence situation. Witnesses reportedly telling officers that a 27-year-old man armed with a knife was making suicidal and threatening statements toward an older family member who was...
So we killed him.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Have a good weekend.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA and stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Taxes was not knowing your full financial picture. Now Taxes is getting and maximizing your refund all in one place. Credit Karma, where a TurboTax expert can do your taxes for you. They'll get you the most money back, guaranteed. Then you can do more with all that money, all in Credit Karma. Now this is Taxes. Into a Credit Karma with TurboTax. Get started today. See guarantee details at TurboTax.com/guarantees. Experts only available with TurboTax Live.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price, or he'll write you a check for $5,000. And the good news, he puts that in writing. He can make that guarantee because he spends tens of thousands of dollars generating demand. And right now, he has hundreds of approved home buyers ready to buy. He just doesn't have enough houses. So if you have a house, Troy might have that perfect buyer for you right now. Give him a call, 720-900-4433. Let me give you a story. Just last week, Troy listed a house that was on the market for almost a month. You know what? Troy sold it for full price in less than a week. And if for any reason you need to sell right away, Troy will buy your house for all cash, and he can close in as little as 7 days. Call Troy and get your home sold for the most money. 720-900-4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
Springtime in Colorado, and if you hate to paint, do what your neighbor Tom did. He called Rhino Shield.
So our house was built in 1986. And the paint was starting to look a little worn. I decided I need to give Rhino Shield a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
The Rhino Shield crew was quite good, and the people were top notch. I basically came home 2 days after they started it, and it was done.
And right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Even now, when we're riding together, we come home like, man, that looks great. And we've had compliments from friends that have been over and looking at it, and it just really looks awesome.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield!
Did you hear? A recent stash of $10 gold Liberty coins from the 1800s has been found. These gorgeous gold coins are as bright and shiny as the day they were struck in the late 1800s. And less than 200 of these gold coins are available. Coin experts are calling this gold find an incredible opportunity. Call 1-800-973-3091 and you are guaranteed a $10 gold Liberty coin minted by the U.S. Mint in the 1800s. But with extremely limited availability, you must call now. These gold Liberty coins from the 1800s are still in uncirculated condition. That is history you can hold in your hand. To learn more, call 1-800-973-3091. Call now and you'll receive a free American Coin Collector's Bonus Package, a $40 value, free with every order. Call 1-800-973-3091 now to secure your $10 gold Liberty coins dated from the 1800s before they sell out. That's 1-800-973-3091.
When you get hit by hail in Colorado, and you will, you better have a roofer on speed dial. I do, and it's Golden Spike
Spike Roofing. With over 70 years of combined roofing experience, they've not only seen everything, they've fixed everything. And they're honest, licensed, and insured. So if you get hit with hail, high winds, or know you've got an older roof, call for a free inspection from Golden Spike Roofing. Just call 303-942-1386. That's 303-942-1386, or find them online. GoldenSpikeRoofing.com.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
We've got cloudy skies and cool temps today. Snow showers kind of picking up after the noon hour today. Not going to see a ton, but it does linger through that Rockies game overnight before clearing out early on your Saturday morning. I'm Pinpoint Weather Meteorologist Travis Michaels.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Frederick Douglass went from being owned by another man to being his own man. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
KHOW Denver, an iHeart radio station. Make us the #1 preset on the free iHeart Radio app. Listen for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Free never sounded so good.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. President Trump says on social media he had a productive call with Vietnam's president about a potential trade deal. Vietnam's home to manufacturing hubs for many U.S. companies like Apple and Nike. The president slapped Vietnam with 46% tariffs. Secretary of State Marco Rubio defended the tariffs in Brussels.
The president rightly has concluded that the current status of global trade is bad for America and good for a bunch of other people, and he's going to reset it, and he's absolutely right to do it.
But Wall Street may not agree. Major markets on pace for their worst week in several years. The Dow, S&P, and the Nasdaq all down by more than 3%. Congressional Democrats want answers about the president's decision to fire the director of the National Security Agency and his top civilian deputy Thursday. Authorities in Franklin County, Kentucky say a boy died after being swept away by floodwaters en route to a bus stop. Almost all of Kentucky's under some kind of flash flood watch. This is ABC News. Authorities in Kansas have a 66-year-old man in custody on suspicion of murdering a Catholic priest. Officers found Arul Karasala with gunshot wounds outside the rectory of his church in Seneca. Authorities have not released a possible motive or said whether the suspect and the priest knew one another. Wednesday's deadly stabbing of a high school student in suburban Dallas appears to have been the result of teenage bravado. ABC's Jim Ryan says the encounter happened at a high school track meet.
Austin Metcalf was a student at Memorial High School in Frisco, Texas. Carmelo Anthony attends crosstown rival Centennial High. Witnesses say Anthony was sitting under Memorial's tent in the stadium stands, and that when Metcalf told him he had to leave, Metcalf was stabbed to death. Anthony told police he was acting in self-defense, but Metcalf's father, Jeff, says
the truth will come out. There were too many people that saw what happened,
including Austin Metcalf's identical twin brother. Jim Ryan, ABC News, Dallas.
I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
I wasn't prepared to be a caregiver to Mom, but a little over a year ago, we realized she couldn't take care of herself without our help. And well, how could I not be there for her? I had no idea how hard it would be, and just what I would need to know. Things I never thought of, like how to improve her mood, and even for me, ways to stay positive. Luckily, I found the Caregiving Resource Center from AARP. It had articles about the basics that got me started, but also information about the hurdles I was facing in this new role. I could even connect with experts and hear from others who had been in my place. I know this road we're on isn't an easy one, but I'm really happy to have the extra help for her and for me. Caregiving Resource Center at aarp.org/caregiving. Articles, tips, and tools to help you both care for your loved one and care for yourself. This message is brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
The trial of a woman charged with driving into and killing a teen cyclist continues today. Yesterday, lawyers for Yeva Smilyanska said they don't dispute she hit and killed 17-year-old Magnus White, but they argue she was not driving recklessly. The refugee from Ukraine is facing a felony charge of reckless vehicular homicide. City and county leaders near DIA are thrilled about the new Southwest Airlines training center in Aurora and are hopeful for even more development. The thousands of acres of undeveloped land near the airport are the focus of the Colorado Aerotropolis. Adams County Commissioner Lynn Baca is hopeful the training center opening is a message to other companies.
Whether it's direct or indirect, supporting flight operations, any airport
peripheral businesses, including logistics and trucking.
Baca says the coalition has the right combination of leaders from all the jurisdictions to develop the area. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Discover.
Yeah, we are seeing some slight delays right now on 270 from I-70 heading through Commerce City leading up towards I-76. This is the westbound side. It is running a little sluggish. There might be some construction work, particularly around the area of York. The rest of the freeways are good. I-25 is at the posted speed limit, 10 minutes between downtown and the Tech Center. Now, we do have some jamming coming down Floyd Hill to US 6. That's construction related. It opens up from there heading into Idaho Springs and US 6 west of Golden. Clear Creek Canyon, some delays also. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Guess what? Discover's accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card.
Get your give on with the Children's Hospital Colorado Mighty Millions raffle and win big. Like the grand prize show home in Winter Park. It's mountain living with views all day long. Buy now at mightymillionsraffle.com.
In life, we're always looking for an advantage, and the same goes with real estate. That's why I recommend Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
With our advanced motivational marketing systems, we give you a very unique advantage in the Denver real estate market. It's simply the most innovative and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. With RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
Did you hear that? I can't hear you. Speak up.
I heard that. I wish I didn't hear that, but I just heard that.
630 KHAL, Denver's talk station.
First caller, Wayne from Osaka, Japan.
Dan Kaplis.
Hey, what time is it there right now?
Right now, it is 20 minutes to 10 in the morning.
Wow.
And my wife and I listen to you every day. You have the best program. I mean, you really nail it, and I really appreciate what you have to say, and God bless you.
The Dan Kaplis Show. Weekday afternoons at 4.
You just made my year, my friend.
Little did you know, Dan, you just became Japan's favorite morning show.
On 630 KHAL. It's the Dan Kaplis Show. Afternoons 4 to 6.
Friday at 4. Let's keep digging deeper into the American economy, tariffs, and why Trump's big, bold move may lead to a major breakthrough sooner than later. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. Welcome to the show. What's going on in your life? This is car day today, which means we have our car expert or experts, and we have Kevin Calkin, Uncle Kevin from Sheridan Auto Tech. And then I see Pretty Suze sitting there along with Pretty Mark. And welcome to the show, everyone.
How about Pretty Doc?
Oh, I don't see you, Doc. I think they purposely kept you off camera. It's a little off balance there, whoever framed that shot for those streaming. YouTube, go to YouTube. Just move it over a little. Thanks, Suze. Suze is coming up to move that. By the way, let me talk to everyone. Did we make a mistake? So I remember one time watching this guy back before it was popular. And he was an artist painting on a canvas. And he was doing it to rock music. I forget this guy's name. I think it was, anyway. So I'll think, but anyway. So he's doing rock music and making scribbles on this canvas. And you think he's a nut. And you think, get rid of this cat. Get rid of this cat. He's crazy. This is not art. So then what happens is, his name was Denny Dent. I think he died. Yeah, he died. Anyway, Denny Dent was making all these scribbles, and it looked crazy. It looked like he didn't know what he was doing. He looked like he was insane. And he looks at the audience like, hey, how am I doing? You know, and people would clap, and we thought, what is this? Maybe it's just modern art. Then toward the end, he turns it upside down, and it's a portrait of someone. Mark, have you ever seen this guy? Has anyone ever seen this guy, Deputy Doc, Denny Dent?
I have not.
Okay. Now, what am I likening this to? Well, Trump's got some paintbrushes in his hand, and he's painting. But I don't know if I should be afraid because all hell's breaking loose and it's going to be the ugliest thing in the world, or he's suddenly going to adjust things for us to see. And we're going to say,
I sure hope it's the latter.
What a genius.
Because it's terrifying. It's terrifying. Watch the Dow drop over 3,000 points in 2 days.
Now, it is terrifying.
Yeah,
but I have my...
Tom, you
go ahead.
I said, you want to hear some of the tariffs that other countries place on U.S. goods? Let me give you a rundown. Vietnam is 46%. India is 26%. Switzerland, 31%. Indonesia, 37%.
Now, wait,
Japan,
Doc,
24%.
Are you saying that before this trade war, those were in effect?
Yes.
Yeah, we all know it's not fair, but man, was this quick. Here's what I thought we'd be a little up today, honestly, from yesterday. But when China hit us back with that 34%, what's going to be interesting is what our move is next with China. The rest of it, I don't worry about.
Do you believe,
I mean, hell, we're the police.
Just one quick question before I get into what I wanted to say. Do you believe that a president should have that power unilaterally?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
You don't think Congress should be in on these tariffs?
No, not on the tariffs. No, not at all.
Okay. Now, here's what I want to say. So we have all of this happening, and does he know what he's doing? Is he a genius, or and another thing? Even if his plan does work, it's going to take 3 or 4 years. So
not to bring the stock market back. No,
not
3 or 4 years.
Not for the stock market. I was talking about for
he's talking about manufacturing, building plants and everything else.
Yeah, but look at all the money. Look at all the pledges, at least, of money coming in. I mean, Apple, $500 billion.
Yeah, but that's still 2 to 4 years to get that money into the economy.
That's true, but it's gonna be here.
Yes.
Okay, so I have Pat Jolliffe with me. He's my chief investment officer over at Wave 8 Wealth Management. We're talking about the market. And one thing he noted is, and by the way, Warren Buffett always believed these are the opportunities. This is when you buy. This is when you go out and find quality companies and you buy.
You got that right.
Pat explained that. I mean, a quality company didn't go bad all of a sudden. So are you looking for bargains?
Yeah, absolutely. There's a major sell-off going on. If you got cash, you're in a position of strength. That would be the time to be investing.
And when it bounces, you make big.
You want to be there for sure.
Now, we were talking about a lot of people don't take Warren Buffett's advice and they sell. And then once you sell, you lock in your loss.
Correct.
Okay. So there's a lot of people who sold to a point where we have more cash than in history. Mark, you understand the it goes from stocks and bonds to cash to stocks and bonds, back and forth.
Of course.
When the expression going to cash means that you sold and you're sitting on cash.
Right.
And that cash sits in your investment account as cash.
Right. Yes.
And in some investment accounts, you make like 4% or something.
Yeah, depending on.
Okay.
Yep.
So some of these people, or a lot of them, more than ever, have sold off and are at cash. But here's something you need to know. The more cash sitting on the sidelines, the bigger the comeback, right? Explain that.
Well, that's true. And it's not just individuals. As a matter of fact, it's probably more institutional, type money of the pension funds and so on. And so they have known liabilities in the form of defined benefit pension plans, and they have to have the money in the market eventually to keep pace with what their future liability is. And so,
but it has to go back to the market.
It has to go back.
I mean,
the market.
you can't run the country when you have a retirement fund or you have a giant fund, or you have to go back. So if you're in cash, they're going to go back.
Absolutely.
And that represents great selling opportunities. Right? I mean,
it represents great buying opportunities in the market when cash is coming out of the market.
But when cash comes into the market's going to rebound in a big way.
Absolutely. And then, you look at it from the other side and the value that you have in the investments that you own in your portfolio, that value is going to increase. And then you can start looking, to your point, of taking some profits and making sales and so on. But this is a sort of an unprecedented thing, and the market does not like unknowns.
Right.
And so.
Right. So anyway, we're going to go to callers, 303-713 talk. But Mark, really what's going to happen now, because a lot of the big forecasters have said, instead of being at 68 at the end of the year, we're going to be at 5,000 or 5,200 or whatever. Then what you have are people then being hesitant, and it caused and I call the whole thing perceptionomics, because perceptionomics, not value.
Well, not one thing has changed. If you stop at Walmart or King Soopers today, there's not a damn thing that's different.
The company didn't suddenly go bad.
That Ford or Chevy cost me the exact same amount of money it did last week.
Yeah, but the perception is going to keep going and going and going. And great companies who have stock values, the stock's going to go down, but the company hasn't changed a bit. So it has to tell you.
Well, what's going to happen?
Go ahead.
It's going to be great for the big companies, and I'll tell you why. Their stock price is going to go down. They're going to start buybacks.
Right.
Then the price is going to go back up to where it was a few days ago, and they're going to own a lot more of their own company.
Right. Got it. Ryan, what's going on with you, Ryan? Welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. Just real quick, I love your show. I listen to you pretty much daily.
Thank you.
But I'm helping out a friend. She got scammed. And,
how did she get scammed?
Probably not much. So, the PCH, Publishing Clearinghouse.
Yeah.
She said that she was involved with that at some point. Anyway, so she thought this was legit. She gets a direct phone call from this guy. Gave her his name and everything from a 470 number. Anyway, long story short, he got her saying that she's won millions of dollars, a 2025 Chevy 4x4, blah, blah, blah. But in order to release the prize money, you know how the scam goes, you're going to have to give us, so much money. They first wanted her to give her $2,000.
Now, why did they want the money? What was the money? What excuse did they give for the money?
From what she told me, it was like, delivery fee on the truck and to release the prizes.
All right, you hold on. I want to hear what happened. I want to hear if there's anything we can do. So many people right now are being scammed. They say this era has more scam. Billions and billions of dollars a year go to scammers. It's amazing to me. I'm Tom Martino. We're going to talk about that and more coming up, including waterpros.net. When you talk water, you have to think Water Pros. The best systems at the best prices ever, under $4,000. The whole house is covered for chemicals and harmful plastics and chlorine and drinking water, reverse osmosis. You don't get better than this system. 303-862-5554.
Hard work and dreams lead to success. But
we got Szymanski on the line. He's ready for you.
Thank you.
But doesn't hurt either.
Make
filing taxes a walk in the park, because we'll pre-fill your info for you so you can file quickly and confidently. Winner! Get the peace of mind that comes with expert help. Let's go! Being powered by TurboTax means you're backed by the leading tax preparer, and we'll show you all your filing options up front so there are no surprises. File your taxes on Intuit Credit Karma today. Expert help not available with all products. Guarantee details available at turbotax.com/guarantees.
Marc Szymanski, founder and owner of Genesis Total Exteriors, is on the line. I like Genesis. Ever since I've been on the radio, they've been with me the entire time, or almost the entire time. And I'm telling you, it's a solid company. So, Mark, you want to talk about options for siding, and you say you have value and can do it for less. Can you explain that?
You bet, Tom. So this is an interesting story. Just the other day, my neighbor came to me and she said, somebody knocked on my door and offered, hey, would you like to get your house resided? And she goes, sure, give me a quote. So they came back, and this is one of the big companies in town that has a great big warehouse on the freeway.
Yeah.
And they came back with a $79,000 bid to reside her house.
What?
I took a look at that, and I know. And get a little of this, though. And this is using James Hardy. And so I took a look at the numbers, and I was like, oh, my goodness. Let me take a look at this.
Yeah.
$63,000 with Genesis of $16,000 savings. And I was thinking about this the other day. Why is it less? And I go, well, we don't have a great big fancy building either. You know, we rent a nice modest office space, and we're out in the field. We don't need a great big office or anything like that. And so I think that's the reason we can save money and we can save people money and do things for less.
Mark, you have one of the.
And, there's a lot of choice out there.
You have one of the biggest small companies. And what I mean by that is you get to talk to the owner. You get to talk to the main people. But they're big. Don't get me wrong. They do great jobs, and they're big enough to get your job done, but small enough to still treat you like a person and to give better prices. Genesis TotalExteriors.com. Make no mistake. They're the genuine deal. Genesis 303-679-8509. Now, let's talk about selling your home. I'm going to tell you right now, getting a real estate person like Frank Duran and doing it is probably your best option. But there are people who don't want to do repairs. They don't want to do inspections. They don't want to haggle over price. They don't want to wait for loan approval from their buyer. They just need to sell and move on. Homevestors, I recommend if you want to sell your home. Let's face it, if you want a price, all it is a phone call. You have nothing to lose right now. Maybe it's the price you want. 800-44-BUYER. 800-44-BUYER.
Just send that info to her on the monthly.
Yeah, she actually comes. She comes to the office.
Oh, she does.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she's doing more remote.
Cool.
She got tired of living in town and moved to Brush.
Oh. Gotcha.
And
that's cool that she comes in.
Yeah. Oh, she's a hoot. We get along good.
You've had her for 30 years. You must really like her.
She's nuts.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
She knows, and she doesn't want to know, and she knows what I'm doing sometimes, and it's just like
Yeah. Well, it's nice when someone just knows how you do things.
Yep.
Like she's already familiar.
And she'll make suggestions, knowing full well that I won't do it.
What?
Yeah.
There you go.
And then the CPA.
I didn't know we had a landing right now.
No.
Yeah, SpaceX private polar flights.
I have
last
8
year.
of them.
Well, that looks just like the.
As a matter of fact, as I look through.
I didn't know that was going on. I would have watched the damn news.
What was?
See what we got.
What were you talking about?
Is that the guys that went up to rescue because they all didn't come.
What? I don't know who's in there.
Well, the guys that went up to rescue the astronauts that were up there for 10 months.
Yeah, they were there. But I think they were going to be there for a while.
No, this is probably them coming back.
What?
I like that. 5.
Who the frick is that saying what? What?
You.
What?
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 You're all bastards. What? Do you remember Johnny Dangerously, one of the funniest movies I've ever seen?
Fargan.
You Fargan ice hole?
Yes, that's it.
You bastages. What? Oh, man. Michael Keaton, he's great. I mean, but I love Johnny Dangerously. We used to have like a party and just watch that movie, even though we've all seen it.
I don't know if I ever watched.
Mark, it's funny. It's really funny. Did you ever see it?
Johnny,
It's
1984.
Like
My God.
So it's just a funny, goofy ass movie.
I was like 12.
One of those stupid movies. You gotta they keep coming. It's like Airplane or something like that.
Yeah.
Joe Piscopo, Marlou Henner, and Michael Keaton.
Yeah. Piscopo was great.
All right, 10 seconds, guys.
This message is brought to you by the American Water Works Association and your local water provider.
Hey, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Ryan says his friend was talked into paying some money for a prize from the Publishers Clearinghouse. By the way, this is one of the more common scams, and it's called pay to win. And they tell you you already won, but you have to pay. Now, it's either sales tax you have to pay or processing fees or income tax. They give you some BS story, but you're thinking, what's wrong with a few grand when I'm going to make hundreds of thousands? So, Ryan, in this case specifically, how much did they say she won?
Total, they said that she won a pickup truck and about $18 million. And
oh, wow.
That she would get paid $10,000 a month.
$18 million.
$10,000 a month. And
okay, now.
Yeah.
Now, how much did she pay?
Okay, so total was she only got duped for $750.
Thank God. Now, when did you get aware of this? And did you tell her not to do it or what?
I was made aware of it after the fact.
Okay. Why was her loss only $700? Talk about how she went into the deal and the $700 and why it was only $700. Go ahead.
Okay, so this guy calls, says, "Hey, I'm from Publishing Clearinghouse. You want all these prizes. In order to get the prizes, you have to pay us, I think they told her at first $2,000, and she's like, "No, I can't afford
This is
that."
an old one.
Yeah,
I mean,
I
I'm
know.
shocked anybody falls for this.
So keep going. Keep going.
And when I heard it, I was like, "Wow."
Yeah, but
Susan,
keep going with her story. So she said, "I can't pay $2,000."
So $750. Right, and so she ended up paying $750. Well, and the way that they did that was they texted her a PayPal screen and had her go and put $500 on the PayPal screen that they texted from a different number. By the way, this came from a different number. So she put the $500 because that's all PayPal would allow in a day is $500. Then they said, well, in order to get the other $250, you need to go buy one of these money packs, which is like a debit card thing. And right on the back it says, "Beware of scammers," with big and red. Anyway, she paid the extra $250 on that, scratched off the back, it gave the guy the number, and boom, ran off with the money's gone. Then just yesterday, this happened on March 27th. Yesterday, when she's telling me the story, he calls. And I said, "Don't answer it," just because I was going to rip into him.
Does she have a number where we can call this guy?
Yeah. I have a number. I have a couple numbers.
I want you to give
want
them
me
to
tell you now, or?
I want you to give me off the air. I want
Okay,
you to give
so
him
4?
to Kachina. Okay,
There'll be non-working numbers, I bet.
Or they're people sitting in Jamaica.
And so what did she ever talk to this guy again?
I think she's been ignoring him, but he's been calling her back. And he called her back yesterday when she was telling me this.
What does he want
and I said,
now?
"Don't answer."
Does he know that she's hip to the scam?
I think he does now because actually he did call back and I answered it for her and I said, "Hey, this is the FBI fraud department. How may I help you?"
And what did he do?
I probably should have done that because now I scared him off. But
oh yeah, now he probably. You know what though? I want to get that number off the air. Where do you think he's calling from? Did he have an accent?
He didn't really have he didn't have an accent, but the two numbers that I got, the number that he called from is a 470 number area code.
Those numbers
and
mean
then
nothing. They mean nothing.
Right.
But listen.
And then the other number is a 702.
So what were you calling about?
Were you?
Does she realize she just lost that money for good?
Well, that's what I told her, but I told her I would call you guys just to see if there's anything that she can do.
Not in
I
this
said,
case.
Honestly,
that debit card is prepaid. It's gone. And
right.
And the other one, the PayPal, hey, she paid. Now, she might want to try PayPal. I mean, I don't know. I have very little knowledge of PayPal. Mark, do you know about PayPal? Do you think they'll give her money back?
Hell no.
No.
I mean, I have the barcode. She took a screenshot of the barcode that she sent it to, and
wait, but let me just say something, Tom. They won't give it back because she wasn't. The caller did not take the money from her. She voluntarily gave him the money.
Well, how do you know they
Gave
won't?
them the money, yeah.
How do you know they won't do anything? I mean,
because we've never seen it happen in 15 years.
I've had people
That would
try
mean,
to do it.
so what you're saying is PayPal, and I know you're not saying this, Tom, but if they gave the money back, PayPal got screwed.
yeah, you're right. You're right. I thought PayPal had some
it looks like
protection. Anybody really familiar with PayPal? Let us know. Wasn't PayPal started by Elon Musk?
Yes.
That's one of
My wife is telling me if she would have had paid from her own PayPal account, then she would have had a chance to recoup some of that money. But because they sent her a barcode to their PayPal debit card, and she paid it voluntarily with a debit card, then there's no way that they can. PayPal will do anything.
I'm glad you called, though, because it's going to help other people. 303-713-8255. Jay, you have an investment question. Go ahead, Jay.
I've got you. So, first of all, PayPal, yeah, they're great if you do everything right. Next, my question, I'll boil it down to the question first and explain it. Is there any reason to bother with this? Here's a situation that me and almost every workaday friend I have is in. At some point, we all have $5 or $10 we're never going to touch because it's a small, tiny cushion.
Yeah.
But we're never going to mess with it. It's always going to be there. Is there anything to bother doing with that? Or
Yes, there is.
Because it's not enough to mess with.
There is. And again, I'll tell you exactly what it is coming right back. I'm Tom Martino. Stick around for more on the Troubleshooter Show. What do you do with 10 or 20 grand? We'll let you know.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, we are continuing to see slowdowns on 270, mainly westbound through Vasquez and up through York to I-76. Bit of a delay. You can avoid that using I-70 to I-25. Into the foothills, it's been a little slow down Floyd Hill and certainly US 6 west of Golden up Clear Creek Canyon. But we're not seeing any serious delays, no accidents or problem spots. A little more activity around Coors Field for the home opener today. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll tell the story of the short but all-important ride of the famous Pony Express. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Gravina's has great windows. Gravina's window siding and doors, the original Gravina's. The reason I stress Gravina is because it's one of the oldest home improvement companies in Colorado, now run by a grandson of the guy that started it all. And they're the original Gravina's on 950 West Evans. That's right. If you want windows, 50 lines of windows, not one. If you want siding, multiple lines of siding and doors as well. And you get great prices and the heritage other companies only wish they had. 303 Gravina, Gravina, 303 Gravina or gravinas.com. Hey, I love Fix It 24/7 because you know what they try to do? They try to fix the problem before just trying to sell you something. And I love their $39 special. They do that. I asked George one time, the owner, I said, why would you send someone out for 2 hours and do this complete tear down to the extent you can and cleaning of the AC or the furnace? He says, Tom, I want them to see how thorough we are, how polite our people are, how great the company is, and I know they'll call us in the future. So you take advantage of $39 for the extreme clean right now for your AC. Get it ready for the cooling season. FixMyHome.com, 720-526-3939. How much time do I have? Four.
Hey, Dragon.
Hey, have Pat. You got to move that. I mean, he looks funny as hell on there, man. You got to move something.
We can't see him at all.
I
hey,
understand.
Dragon.
I understand, but I can't do that in the middle of the fucking show. My
God
kid
bless
moved
America.
the camera.
All right. Well, I mean, he looks
Well,
ridiculous.
it's not on right now.
Jack,
I mean,
it's fine.
Why don't you refresh your
It
screen?
sounds like it's raining in the headphones.
Okay.
I'm fine. I'm just wondering if it's about, and it's been with different
in those headphones.
on all headphones.
All of you guys?
I've tried 3 different ones. It just sounds like a subtle ring.
That position, though, Mark's not hearing it. And
No. So I think it's the jack. Here's the thing. I go, okay, do I ask Dragon to put a trouble ticket in to get it fixed or wait till it blows up and then get it fixed?
I think who was sitting there? Chopper was sitting there the other day that had a similar issue. So it's
yeah.
yeah.
Do you need to come in and hear it or anything, or you're
No,
good?
I believe you.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't know if we should try to be preventative about it or wait till it dies.
Well, if you put it in now, they'll have it fixed when it dies.
They'll have what?
It'll take 3 months to get the ticket through.
Yeah,
so
but
by
then
the
if it's
time
actually busted, then they'll come in and fix it immediately.
Oh. Well.
That's the thing.
Right.
So I'm fine with it. And my deputies will live. I guess I was more concerned if a guest. It's not super annoying to me, but I'm half hard of hearing anyway.
Right.
Just spill something in there. Here.
Yeah, but you could
spill Kevin's coffee. Mark. Kevin is being a naughty client.
I'm going to fix the headphone jack by spilling coffee in it.
I think the reason it doesn't work is because of that.
Hey, was Kevin sitting here sometime?
That's why I don't put sugar in my coffee, just in case.
Well, I wish I could put in a ticket. iHeartMedia Service Now is currently in suspended state.
Yeah.
Oh.
So Shannon
So,
had
well, there you go.
had that the other day, and so did
It happens.
Ryan.
Suspended state. How do I get myself in a suspended state? That's what I want to know.
Reach out to your sales contact to re-enable your instance. We need to reach out to sales to get...
Our kid gets this screaming deal, like, before he moves out of Colorado. He gets this screaming deal on this...
The world's largest
The
grill.
world's largest 4-in-1 grill. It's a griddle, electric smoker, a charcoal grill, and a regular electric grill. Propane grill. Yeah. Anyway.
I can't tell them we're doing anymore.
Window, dude.
Now that
It's
we
so
have
big.
all the grills, they even took one that Mark didn't want gone. Anyway, so now that all the grills are gone, now it's like he has a smoker and it doesn't get real hot for steaks. Is that the thing, Mark? Is that why you don't
Well, they're
want to
not
use it?
designed to
The
sear.
green egg does, but the regular smoke.
Yeah, they're not designed to sear steak.
Anyway.
Okay, see, I thought it was a two-in-one or something.
yeah.
But now we might be putting together... Realistically,
That's
it's way too
like
big
big
for my
steaks, I
son's
reverse
apartment.
sear, so I put them on the smoker for
Oh,
like
and
20,
then
30
Mark,
minutes.
did you mark the
Oh, that's
the
brilliant.
call sheet as to the in-house yesterday?
Oh, no, hold on, dude.
Thanks.
10 seconds, guys.
At ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, denverregen.com for pain relief, as well as weight loss, and at a reduced price. You know, the stem cell therapy is unbelievable, denverregen.com. I can attest to it. Now, Jay asks, what does a workaday guy do with 20 or 30 or 15 or 20 or 10 or 15? Well, I'm going to tell you. First and foremost, I don't recommend anything unless you have an emergency fund in addition to that. If you have an emergency fund, then that's pretty good. Then you keep that emergency fund. And if you have high interest debt, I would recommend paying down the high interest debt. So let's say you don't have a lot of high interest debt, because if you do have high interest debt and you put it into a modest cash investment, the cash you have, you're losing money every month. If you pay off the high interest debt, you'll be making money quicker. So, okay, so that being said, get rid of high interest debt, pay it down, or have an emergency fund. What do you do with another 15 or 20? Pat, I'm going to ask you, and basically, I'm going to chime in first. I believe one of the best investments I do with idle cash is I went to treasurydirect.com or .gov. I forget that but it's Treasury Direct. And I opened up an account. Now, you don't have to put any money in the account, but what you can do is ACH money over to that whenever you have idle cash. So, Jay, if you would put 15 or 20 grand or 10 or 15, whatever, even 10, you put it into Treasury Direct and go for an auction of T-bills. Now, T-bills can be 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. You know, so I do 4-week increments. Every 4 weeks, I participate in the T-bill purchase. And I have never failed to make 4% or more. Every now and then you make less than 4, but sometimes you make 6%. It depends on that week. When people are feeling weak about the economy, they go over to T-bills. And when they feel strong about the economy, the T-bills do a little less. But it's very safe, I believe. Now, I'm going to turn it over to Pat. What do you say, Pat? What would you do with that amount of money if someone came to us?
Well, I agree.
Hold on
I think
there. Go ahead.
That's a great strategy, particularly if you want to have it be backed by the U.S. government.
T-bills, yeah.
Yeah, for sure. But we use, for example, senior Invesco senior loan portfolio. It's an ETF that owns institutionally leveraged loans, and it's yielding right at 7%
right now.
Right now, yeah, and it's fully liquid. It's not insured, obviously.
Imagine that. Imagine this note fund 7% right now when everyone doesn't know what that.
7.08% is the 30-day yield on it, and the price is pretty stable.
So what are the smallest increments you can do?
As small as you like. There's no minimum.
Are you kidding me?
No, you're just buying an ETF, and the ETF owns.
Jay, so remember, keep in mind, it's called an ETF, which stands for Exchange Traded Fund.
Correct.
And what fund is it specifically?
BKLN, Bravo, Kilo, Lima, November. Yeah.
Did you get that, Jay? Doesn't take much.
BKLN?
Yeah.
BKLN.
I want to get that right. BKLN.
Okay. Yeah, so it's Bravo, Lima.
T-bills and
Bravo, Kilo, Lima, November. Invesco Senior Loan ETF.
So if you can make that much money in a market like this, you'd be crazy to let it sit idle. Or T-bills, again. But Jay, here's what I want to say. If you ever want, and I'm not trying to hit you up, but Wave 8 Wealth Management will take any client, 10 grand, 20 grand, and we have very reduced rates for guys like you. And we'll help you along the way, because our theory is if we help someone who's a small investor, they become a big investor eventually with our help. So,
so let me ask you this. If I say I got myself, my daughter, so here's something stupid, and you can laugh at me if you want. I have a bunch of silver coins laying around.
Yeah.
You know what they're worth? Almost exactly what I paid for them 15 years ago. So
yeah, but sometimes they go pretty far up in value.
Bunch of crap I have. I would have a nice. They go up and down so bad it's ridiculous, but they're so slow. I'd like to get rid of at least half of that. I have all kinds of things I've bought that are worth.
You should, Jay.
Quite a bit of money, but I don't use them. They're literally laying around in my closet.
Do you have, by the way, do you have a 401k or an IRA?
My wife does. She has she's set up with our buddy. He's always on here, Joe Chiano.
Okay.
She's set up real well with them.
Good.
So I think we're good there. But my stuff, I just have stuff I bought because I got it cheap and it's worth a lot more. And now if I sell it, I'm going to have a pile of cash.
Listen, here's what I'm saying, Jay. What you ought to do, when you say a pile of cash, remember, those two things we gave you are very low risk and very, very good returns, okay? Now, there are many other options, but I want to make this clear. We work with everyone. It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as the client's too small. That's what makes us different. And because you called in, I just wanted to tell you about it. So here's the deal. There are times they're so small, we'll tell someone what to do and not even take them on as a client. Just say, here, why don't you try this or this? And we can do that with you, or you can just give us a call at 303-771-HELP, 771-4357, and we'd be happy to help you. So Another thing we can do as outside business, we can hook you up with investments using your retirement money. Not many people know how to do that. So if you have investments you want to do and you want to use retirement money because that's the only lump sum you have, I'm one of the only people that can set you up to do that if you want to use retirement money. Okay, now let's keep going. Chris, what is going on with this insurance company? Explain this to us, Chris.
Good morning.
Hey.
Is this Mark or Tom?
It's Tom and Mark. Mark's there too. Go ahead.
Well, hey, good morning, both of you guys. I'm a new listener. I was referred by my neighbor, Robin. And so my fiance, Amelia, and I were at home watching TV. This has actually been almost 4 months now.
Yeah.
And we heard a banging. Yeah. We heard a banging on the door. And so we don't get many guests. So I went and checked the door, and our neighbor, Dexter, his little boy, was in tears, frantic, telling us to come outside. And there was a huge accident, and he was really upset. And so we followed him downstairs, and there was a huge commotion. We live in Greeley on 8th Avenue. So it's a commercial building. We're on the second floor. So at any rate, when our cars, both of our cars were parked alongside the building in 8th Avenue, and there were two trucks that had hit each other, and they wiped out and ended up hitting Robin's car and then both of ours. And so it was a bad accident. One of our vehicles was completely totaled. Robin's was completely totaled. Our new vehicle, we had just got a new VW Atlas, and in love with that thing, and we got like a special edition, so it was a rare model. And so it's just, and then her car, Amelia's car, was sentimental from her grandfather, and it wasn't worth a whole bunch of value, is the bottom line. But it was one of them older bubble Mercuries, and it was a really neat car. It was an ultimate edition with a V8, a nice V8.
Yeah, but how much, but hold on a sec. Hold on, Chris. Are you going to complain about what the insurance offered you, or was it the other guy's insurance or your insurance?
So it turns out that, to avoid the deductible, there was one of the truck drivers was at fault, and that was obvious. So there wasn't any issues. But what happened is they had a really low.
Chris, here's what I need to know. Chris, I need to know this. This truck ran into your vehicles. Is his insurance covering your vehicles?
Well, they're supposed to. It's been almost 4 months, and we're still waiting.
Wait a minute.
Apparently,
so have they ever made you an offer or said anything about your vehicles?
They just no. They've been not. They haven't responded. It took them. Well, they haven't responded to me once. My fiance, it took them over 2 months to respond. We sent like 4 documents that were well written.
Okay, who are they? Who is this?
An attorney.
This other driver. Who was his insurance company?
The one at fault is Mendoza.
And Mendoza was what? And do you know? Did he have it up to date? Was his insurance policy up to date?
Yeah, thank God. There was.
And do you have the name and a number of any adjusters you talked to at Mendoza?
Yeah. Honey, what was the names again of the adjusters?
I'll tell you what. What I want to do is get Deputy Doc to call over there. Deputy Doc, during the show even, why don't you call over and ask why aren't they at least, moving forward to help these people? Are they did they pay for any rental cars?
No, that's the thing. We're messed up financially. We weren't ready for all
When did this happen?
Upfront fees.
When did this happen, bro? When did it happen?
It was, what was the exact date? It was January 15th.
January. Okay, hang on. I'm going to have Deputy Doc talk to you off the air. I'm Tom Martino. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. So listen to this. Fix it 24/7. Yes, $39. It's for new customers, meaning you never had it done. It doesn't have to be a brand new customer, but it's the people who have not had the $39 extreme clean. 303-526-3939.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, we are continuing to see slowdowns on 270, mainly westbound through Vasquez and up through York to I-76. Bit of a delay. You can avoid that using I-70 to I-25. And into the foothills, it's been a little slow down Floyd Hill and certainly US 6 west of Golden up Clear Creek Canyon. But we're not seeing any serious delays, no accidents or problem spots. A little more activity around Coors Field for the home opener today. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, David McCullough shares the story of why the Founding Fathers were not like us. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
DiscountBath.com. Just remember that website. DiscountBath.com. Why? Because Discount Bath does discount baths, and they're serious about the discounts. That's all they do is baths. So what they invite you to do is find out why and how they can do it for such a low price and get a price without them coming to your home. What I want you to do, take your smartphone, go to the hallway bath or the master bath or the bath that's roughed in the basement and say, hey, I want to put a sink here, double vanity here, or I want to do a walk-in shower here. Please move this over, move this wall, do this. Just do it all, narrate it, and then upload it, and they'll send you a price. They're great people with great products. Listen, whether it's your rental, fix and flip, or your dream home, you'll still get a discount proportionately at discountbath.com. 720-979-2322.
See off the spots,
Hey,
Tom?
how'd you fix all those? How'd you fix all that? I was going to fix the call screener. It was screwed up, and somebody just did.
I don't know who fixed it. I was getting ready to tell you to fix it, and now it's fixed. I'll be
deleted
damned.
the rows.
Nice. I am not an Excel expert or Google Sheets or whatever.
I am.
Neither am I, but all I did was delete those rows. Somebody created them.
Thank you.
And moved everything down.
You know,
so all I
sometimes
did
what I
was just
find
delete
as
them.
well.
Dragon saves the day.
Dragon's a good guy.
Yeah.
What I recommend,
Sometimes.
what I do sometimes is just go in and start Control-Z, you know, the undo.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know I didn't know that was undo. Huh.
Hey, Tom?
Yes.
What is it?
Do you, should I also tell this guy, Chris, that what he can do is submit it to his own insurance company and have them go after Mendoza?
Yes, you can too, but I want to know why Mendoza is sitting on the claim.
How about pepperoni?
Yeah, I'm going to call them right now.
Hey, what'd you find out?
Get him, Doc. Yep, you're off.
Our son, I guess there's this huge store in Rapid City, Walmart.
Oh, wow.
And so our son was asked a few weeks ago to go up there and train the store leads up there.
Yeah, I can't go number 2 anymore.
So he goes up there, does that. He's,
what?
They put him up in a hotel or whatever. Comes back. He gets a call today. The manager of that store is no longer at the store, effective immediately. They've got 2 other store leads there, so that's right under a store manager. But they want Miles up there running the store till they find something. So now he's going to be up there. He's not moving up there. They're going to put him in a hotel, and he's just going to be running that store and fixing some of the problems, which is a good thing, Kevin, because then that's another manager option, because he wants his own store, period, in the story.
But if he's good enough to do that, he's good enough to take the store.
Exactly.
That's my point.
So that'll be interesting.
Yeah,
It'll be
I don't
interesting.
like those.
Well, his boss told him he would have his own store by the end of the year. So, he had parted ways with them for a minute. They want him there for a few minutes. It's been 3 months.
Retail does that crap.
Yeah.
My face, because my son is management too within different retail and stuff, and he gets jacked around so much.
Does he? Is he still? Or is? Wasn't your son at Walmart?
Yeah.
Is he still?
No.
Where's he at now?
No, he's working for.
I agree with him. If anything, I wouldn't get
Mavericks or something.
It was Mavericks, but then Mavericks.
Yes. I know what you're talking. I can't think. It's like Daisy's son or something.
Yeah, I don't know who he's with now, but yeah. So they moved him to Colorado Springs to fix the store, and then he's just like, it's just in a horrible spot. This spring.
Yeah. That kind of sucks when it's in a horrible spot. So there's like you can only do so much. Yeah.
I got to get that. I got to get that wide shot to show you and everyone. I can't do that now. But after the show.
And then so they're moved. He's like the fixer.
Yeah, and the same kind of thing, but
Yeah.
he's not getting anywhere. He doesn't have his own store.
I'm gonna.
He's the fixer, but he's not getting his own store.
He's really not getting paid because he's on a salary.
Yeah.
But then he ends up
Talking about his son.
Suze.
in management retail.
Suze.
Pardon me. Yeah. Yeah.
What
Yes.
about Nico?
Yeah. My little poor baby boy.
Yeah. How's
Yeah.
it going?
Well, we're just waiting to hear on the blood work today.
Well, you know
to
about
see what the blood
cancer?
work comes back with.
This thing.
I don't think Mark doesn't think it is, and I don't know if we'll know. They're going to have somebody look at those nodules on the scan to see what they say about them, because there's been a little bit of conflicting reports and all of that. But we're waiting for the blood work to come back to see if all that fluid around his shoulder joint is infected. She said, other than that, there's no sign of injury or arthritis. His joints are superb.
Oh, good. For a German Shepherd, especially.
4 greatest years in American history.
Denver's talk station is 630 KHAL.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, Danielle, what's going on with you, Danielle? How can we help you?
Hi, I'm just trying to seek some type of help. Last year you guys helped me with the situation, and I was very pleased with it. This time coming around, I'm having a little bit of an issue and a conflict with my previous job. I worked for a sprinkler company, and I was an office manager. There was an issue between one of the bosses saying that I have a job and the other boss telling me to file for unemployment. I've been trying to reach out to the boss.
Now, hold on a second. Wait a minute. How long have you been working for the sprinkler company?
I was there for about 7 months.
And then one boss said, "We're letting you go."
Well, one boss was actually very aggressive and told me to clock out because he thought that I was doing something on the clock that I was not doing, that he's seen on his cameras, because it was like an in-home office.
Okay. So tell me.
So he yelled at me, told me to clock out.
So were you fired or not?
That's where I don't know. I don't know. I feel like it was almost a setup because I had just told him that I was pregnant.
Here's how to tell if you're fired or not. Did you continue working there?
No, I'm no longer there.
Okay. And when did that happen?
That was about a month ago, March 3rd.
Okay. Now, what are you calling about today?
I'm just trying to seek help from you guys. Like I said, you guys helped me last year, and I don't know where to go with this. And I feel like it was almost
I don't understand.
Situation.
Here's what I don't understand, dear. I'm serious now. Go with what? You don't know where to go with what? With when people are fired every day. Are you saying that it was an illegal firing?
Absolutely. That's how I feel, yes.
Okay, now
because
tell me.
I had just told him that I was pregnant.
understand. Tell me why you feel it was illegal for them to fire you.
It almost felt like a setup. It felt like they had brought their daughter in. I was working for the company. I was an office manager. And I had just told them that I was pregnant. I had suffered a miscarriage. I was pregnant with twins.
Wait a minute.
And I lost one, and they were not happy.
Wait a minute. Do you think they were trying to get around the bills that come with delivery and all of that? Were you covered under their plan?
Yes.
All right, hang
I
on.
was
then.
not.
Okay, hang on. That's a different story. I'm Tom Martino. Was Danielle fired because she's pregnant and they just trumped up charges? We'll find out that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Woo!
Hey.
Here, I'm going to... Actually, I know all your info.
All right, let's see here.
Have you been following this Blake Lively season?
Not a whole lot.
How is it still going on?
I don't like, and who cares? That's more like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I can't believe people care that much about this Blake Lively
I'm
girl.
8 months pregnant, covered under my...
Yeah.
I thought they were suing each other.
I thought the lawsuit was dropped on, I don't know, by a judge. I don't know if it was thrown out or dropped. I'm not real sure, but I thought it was all dropped.
Costco yesterday trying to buy a brisket.
Love Costco. What? Is that expensive? Okay.
Why is beef up so high?
But just the
I always get our meat, for the most part, at Sam's now.
Yeah. I go to the business center for Costco. They have more of a selection. But yeah, I'm not gonna buy $100 chunk of meat that I gotta cook for 18 hours for.
Freeze, unfreeze.
Top secret, if you're the one that sent me that YouTube video on that podcast about the whole thing, I tried to watch that. Oh my gosh, that was very involved.
What are you talking about? What is it about?
The whole Blake Lively
I don't give a shit about
lawsuit
that.
and Ryan Reynolds. I know, it's kind of connected to Taylor Swift. That's why it got sent to me. Tom, are you working from home today? Elon said that is immoral.
What?
A YouTube, he
Oh.
says.
Oh.
Mythical clips.
I got to hear.
Sorry.
Hello? Unfreeze. Fuck, I have no idea where I'm at now. Zero idea. I hope that didn't make it to where we got a snail mail ship.
Hey, Mark.
He's dealing with something, Tommy.
Okay.
How's Kelly today? Better mood than yesterday?
Still missing my dad.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You know, I am
I'm
really...
missing my folks. I got an final up.
Okay.
Is Bo there?
Yes, he is.
Well, no one told me. I would have said hello to him. Listen, Bo, do you have any... Bo, is he listening to me?
Yes.
Bo,
There, he just came
do
in.
you...
Yes?
Do you have any rentals available in Denver? One of our YouTube morons wants to know.
I'll check with Top Secret. I'll have to check. I think we may have one over off of First and Alameda and Federal. It's a 2-bedroom.
Okay. When can you let me know? It's one of our good YouTube morons.
I can check it.
Do you want me to just give him your number?
Yeah, just text it to me, then I'll check with Sherry and see
This
if
is
it's
Major?
available.
All right, let me go over and find him.
The 2-bedroom on First.
Okay.
And,
I'll get more.
What?
I'll get more.
Okay, thank you.
One-handed operation.
Got to find my moron who was asking. It's a 3-bedroom, your sister said.
Doug Sanders. It was just wrote on January 5th.
Hey, anybody want to buy my BMW?
How much?
It'll be a steal. 65.
Bucks? All right, deal.
It was 120 out the door,
Underlying cost?
and it's got 29,000 miles on it. It's like brand new.
And he had to go to another auto shop to get it fixed.
I'm so tired of you cheapskates don't want us to pay any shit. Y'all rock. Damn, cheapskates.
Ew.
$778-063.
I'm jonesing for a new car. I don't know why. I think it's because, never mind. I don't want to say. I think it's a psychological thing.
How's he?
I can't fucking believe this.
Oh, wow, you got headphones, a microphone for me?
Those headlights work, or?
You know, I can't get my sister to drive at night.
What?
I go out there and drive at night, so I'm like,
People who wants a beautiful BMW X7 M50i. Perfect condition.
What? Are you going to get a Tesla?
Put like a spacer.
I want to get an X.
Yeah, it's all sealed.
And then actually,
Oh, okay.
there's a very good possibility if I get an X, I'm going to have an X.
Yeah, you had to solder a wire.
Mine's going to be red with the cream interior.
Hey, Doc.
Hey, Bo.
We had to modify the lights. They didn't have any sockets.
Oh, shit.
He got ripped off, huh? Yeah. Well, I tried for months to find the OEMs. I couldn't do it. Yeah, if not, I'm going to drive it this weekend.
Son of a bitch. I'm trying to find this guy in my contacts.
How's it going? You guys been busy?
Yeah, not bad.
Yeah. Mark might be spun up if he can't unlock my credit. He's going to be screwed up.
Did you get your dog back from CSU?
Yeah, it was a long day yesterday. I left the house at 8 o'clock yesterday morning, 8:30, and I didn't get home till 7:30 last night.
Did you bring the dog home with you?
Yeah.
Well, that's the important thing.
No.
You, buddy.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. We're here to help you solve your problems and answer questions, take complaints. And what do you say we go right to the phones? Your phone calls take precedent at 303-MARTINO, 303-627-8466, or 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Danielle, we left off with, and I looked up the law. And, Danielle, if you're pregnant and an employer fires you, they better damn well have a real reason. I'm going to talk about some of that. There's federal and Colorado state laws that say when you're terminated and you're pregnant, it constitutes discrimination unless there is a viable reason. Now, it might be difficult to prove. And then it says if your employer dismissed you without a valid reason during pregnancy, then you could have some compensation coming. Employers cannot terminate an employment to avoid associated costs as well. Such actions can lead to legal consequences and cash awards to you. Additionally, the Federal Pregnant Workers Fairness Act. Wow, that's a mouthful. Pregnant Workers Fairness Act went into effect in 2023. It said if you work for a place with 15 or more employees, they not only have to keep you on, unless they have a valid reason, that they have to make accommodations for you. Now, what you have to do, are you still there?
Yes, I'm here.
What reason did they give you for firing you?
That's the thing, Mr. Martino. They never gave me a reason. One boss told me to apply for unemployment, and the other one told me nothing.
Okay.
I've been waiting for a letter. I've been trying to reach out to them.
Danielle, at some point, did you work from home or did you go into the office?
I went into the office.
So, but at some point, you no longer went into the office. So I need to know that point in time when you stopped going into the office. A boss came up to you and said, by the way, you may as well apply for unemployment because you're fired, or exactly, you're kind of hazy on when you were terminated.
That I'm having, I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I have not gotten a response from either one. I haven't gotten a response. I've been asking for a letter of termination or something stating that I'm no longer working there.
Danielle, here's what I'm asking. You're at work.
Okay.
And the guy says, does he just walk up and say, hey, Danielle, apply for unemployment? Tell me the exact way it happened.
Okay, so I had went to work March 3rd.
Okay.
And again, we're in an in-home office. There are multiple cameras in the office. I stepped away from my desk, and the guy whose home that was, I stepped away from my desk, was seeing that I was away from my desk for 4 minutes. 4 minutes. I went into the kitchen. The phones were not ringing. I just stepped away. He then called the person who lived in the apartment downstairs and was screaming on the phone, and I could hear it from upstairs.
Wait.
And he's like,
you said you were in the office. Is that correct?
it's an in-home office, sir.
Okay, so they use a camera to see that people are working.
Yes.
I get it. And they saw that you were not at your office.
Yes, at the desk for 4 minutes.
Okay. And what happened then?
And he then started screaming to the family member that lived downstairs, and then called my phone and got on the camera and was screaming at me, telling me I need to clock out, that he's not going to pay for me to step away from my desk, and just was very vulgar. And I was like, whoa, like I didn't understand. And I tried to explain myself, and he told me just to clock out. So I clocked out. Obviously, I'm pregnant. I'm crying. I'm upset.
Yeah.
I leave. And then he texted me later that day, and he's like, we can have a meeting. And I'm like, the way that I've seen him treat his employees, I'm like, I'm not having a meeting without the other owner present. The other owner then stated that he would not be present and that the business was then closing because he doesn't want to deal with this guy's attitude.
Then
so
what?
He told me my best.
So then, Danielle, that was your last day.
unemployment.
Danielle, that was your last day you clocked in, right?
Yes.
Okay. So then after that, did you apply for unemployment?
Yes.
And what happened?
I'm still in the progress of filing for unemployment, but I feel like they are trying to fight it just because.
None of it matters. If you put in for it, you're going to get it.
Yeah.
Well, I hope so, because I'm not the only employee who has been treated.
But hold on a second. Danielle, were you covered by their insurance?
They were a starting business. I just started up with them, and I don't believe at that time they had insurance.
Danielle, when you took the job, were you an employee or 1099?
I was an employee.
But you knew you didn't have insurance, so you can't get them on that discrimination to get out of the payment because they weren't going to pay for your pregnancy anyway, right?
No, they told me at the time to file for FMLA once I had the baby.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with them. So here's what I'm asking. You took that job without health insurance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so we can't take that
They
road.
said that they were going to get it.
Well, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It doesn't matter. You weren't covered. So we can't say they were trying to get out of paying for your pregnancy. How can you say that when they weren't going to pay for it anyway?
Because at that time, everything was changing. They were just applying for insurance for us. Everything was to be changing. I was the office manager. I was helping them work on
you're
that.
saying that they were getting ready to get some benefits going, and they didn't want you on
Yes.
there.
That's how I feel. That's how I feel.
Okay, I want to
can't
ask.
prove it, but that's exactly how I feel.
I want to ask
Can I
Integra
play a quick
Insurance.
devil's advocate here?
What's that?
Can I play a quick devil's advocate here? She requested, she was told to punch out for sure, so that can be interpreted as she is fired. But then she had requested a meeting in which she
No, they
denied
requested a
because
meeting that
wanted-
she turned down.
Correct. So that could imply she quit because she didn't want to come to the meeting.
That's true. That is very true.
I still don't. Listen, you can get in the state of Colorado unemployment for almost anything. People can steal from your company and they'll give you unemployment. So just fill out for it and you're going to get it.
Hey, Mark, I know you're taking some of this from personal experience with us. And I had someone.
I've probably had 1,000 employees in my life. Like nobody, no matter why I fired him, ever did not receive unemployment.
I had someone.
I was
listen to
never
this.
successful fighting it.
Listen to this. I had someone steal from me. Absolutely used the company credit card for unauthorized purchases.
To buy liquor.
Yeah. This is what I was told by the state. Well, was there a policy against stealing? And I said, what? They said, did you have a written policy against stealing? And I said, well, no, I guess I didn't. I had to have a written policy against stealing, or I couldn't fire for cause. That's from the state. Danielle, the way I look at it is this. None of this much matters unless, I mean, I don't. Let me find Integra. Integra Insurance. I want to talk to either John or John Jr. I want to find out if she could have been retroactively covered anyway. Maybe it was a way they wanted to get benefits for the company, and when they found out having someone pregnant would be an extra load, maybe they did fire her because of that. But I want to find out what would have happened if they got insurance after the fact. Remember, she was already hired and already pregnant. So let's find that out and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. GenesisTotalExteriors.com. They do stucco repair and installation as well as everything else inside and outside of your home. GenesisTotalExteriors.com.
Hard work and dreams lead to success, but easily filing your taxes with TurboTax and Credit Karma doesn't hurt either. Make filing taxes a walk in the park, because we'll pre-fill your info for you so you can file quickly and confidently. Winner! Get the peace of mind that comes with expert help. Let's go! Being powered by TurboTax means you're backed by the leading tax preparer, and we'll show you all your filing options up front so there are no surprises. File your taxes on Intuit Credit Karma today. Expert help not available with all products. Guarantee details available at turbotax.com/guarantees.
Tomorrow, be there tomorrow. I'm going to be there, and it's going to be, you go to mybiggestrureturn.com to register. It's a seminar, and let me just tell you, we are truly bursting at the seams. So if you don't go, that's fine. I still want you to find out about Vestera Turnkey by simply going to mybiggestrureturn.com or VesteraTurnkey.com. It's about becoming a landlord without the conventional risks and hassles. It's a great investment opportunity, 30 to 80% returns a year, as demonstrated in his 8-year history. 303-888-3788. K&H Home Solutions. Do you know what they are? One of the oldest home improvement companies in all of Colorado. You'll notice I love companies with heritage, and K&H has the heritage. They also have window siding, doors, and more. K&H has what you're looking for, and now they also have K&H Painting Pros. So if you want to spruce up your house, khwindows.com. That was the original name, khwindows.com. And it's KH Home Solutions, 303-421-7100. Now for painting as well, 303-421-7100.
In Nebraska?
Wherever.
Now I got to do my research.
Yeah, but I mean, that's going to be a ways. I mean,
I know, but still.
Is
What
Walmart
breweries
top
are there?
heavy too?
That's
They
the
pay their
first important
managers
thing.
really good,
No,
and everybody
our
else
son
also.
might
600.
be moving
How much?
to
A manager can make triple
I've
what
got to
their
do all my
salary is.
research
So
on
if
the
your
town,
salary's
see where the
200,
restaurants
if you hit your
are,
bonus
what I'm
numbers,
gonna
you
be
make
eating.
600,000.
But that's significantly more than the support background information. Like, what's he making now?
With bonus, $110, $120.
Yeah, so it's a lot
25.
more.
Oh, it's crazy more.
Yeah, so they are top heavy. Yeah.
Okay, so
Yeah, but
That's what I was
that's
just looking
been
at.
working perfect for him.
Right
But
now-
at Walmart, you're only in that position a year.
he is. You know where that's
What,
at, right?
the support?
Store
Okay, so
lead.
Lexington
Store lead, you either go up or
Off
down.
I-80
There's no
here.
in between. You
Past
will not be.
North Platte.
You don't stay there.
Get,
The
please
only
get
reason to go there
Integra
is to become a
insurance
store
on
manager.
Kachina.
It's like the military.
So that's right here.
Is he going to be the manager, Mark?
What's that?
Is he going to be the manager?
Hey, Mark, is she getting Integra insurance?
Hey, Kelly?
Yes.
Did you hear Tom?
Yes.
Okay, she's getting him.
But he's going to South Dakota.
Kelly, did you hear Tom?
Did you hear me?
Poor Kel.
Kelly?
Did you hear
They
me,
work
Kelly?
like crazy, though. I mean, he's
Kelly, did you hear me?
He just
Kelly?
his first day off.
Dragon, did you hear Tommy?
Did you hear
He
me?
worked 10 days. So he's running the store in
She's going to kill us.
where the hell is he now? Scotts Bluff.
Yes, I know.
He's been running that since
She's probably going
January.
to start with me.
And they just put a manager in there literally a week.
Is that a pretty big store? I mean, Scottsbluff a good-sized city, isn't it?
No, it's tiny as
Nebraska?
hell. The store is massive, but the town's small.
I
But
thought Scottsbluff was a decent.
But he's been running that solo since the beginning of the year, literally. He went in and then they fired the store manager 2 days later.
They fired him. Why'd they fire him?
Do you think they brought him in
Because
knowing
the
they were
store
going to
was-
do that?
Of course they did. So the store was in shambles, so he got the store up. And my only point is, listen, I know it's a lot of money. People are like, that's unbelievable. But, I mean, he's worked the last 10 days, probably 10 hours a day. He hasn't had
That's
a
the
day
problem
off in
with
10
retail.
days.
Does he want to move to this Lexington? That sounds like
He's he would be an hour from North Platte and a half hour from Kearney.
Man, that's in the that's
It's every place. There's nothing out there, man.
Hey, Suze, has he ever reported any difficulty with people accepting his authority because he's so
Not at
young?
No, in fact, a lot of the older employees love him, don't they, Mark?
Well, they just love a manager that's hands-on, that's never not there.
He's
The one
respectful young man too when it comes to handling people.
And he fires people at a fucking.
He does.
He's
like you, huh?
You say he's got a little mark in him.
He. Well, I mean, if they're working, they're working. If they're not, they're not.
The reason I ask is I was a medical student. Most of the other students were 10 years younger than me. And so I never had that Doogie Howser syndrome that they did.
Oh.
Because I was in my 30s.
It's just never been an issue.
You know Savvy on YouTube?
Yeah.
I met her yesterday. And I didn't realize to be a pharmacist is 8 years of schooling. I didn't know that.
It's a doctor.
To learn how to count
Mark.
and see different.
She's not on yet. Don't give a shit
remember
yet.
years of school.
Mark, we got so much hate
I
mail.
It was, I know. That's why I don't do it on air anymore. I just do it on fucking
But it's 4 years of college.
YouTube.
40 years after college.
We had hate
She
mail
had
for
to have a
year.
doctorate. So I just didn't know that.
Sherry's doctorate.
Maybe it was a master's?
No, I think you got a doctorate.
What degree to be a pharmacist?
It's a doctor of pharmacy. Just like a doctor.
No, it's a doctorate.
10 seconds, guys.
What community college do you have?
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Hi, Tom Martino. I want to go to our expert on health insurance, John Jones Jr. All right, sir. John Jones Jr., that's JJJ, Triple J. I'm going to start calling him his rap name, Triple
morning,
J.
Tom.
Triple J, what's up? Hey, John, so this woman
Yes, sir.
works for a company and she's pregnant. Now, I want you to tell me what would happen. She is suspecting they fired her because she's pregnant and they are trying to get benefits on board and they didn't want to pay for her. So what I want to ask is this. Is she right about this? If they were trying to get benefits, they would be retroactively covering her pregnancy? Or how would that work if you are a company and you have a group of employees and they all have pre-existing conditions and you start your coverage? What would happen?
Then they're just covered from that point forward. I mean, it's not retroactive, right? Like if you're a business and you're putting benefits in place for your employees, health insurance in place, let's say for a May 1st effective date, and your employees sign up and enroll, then they're covered from May 1st on.
But would her pregnancy be covered?
Of course, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so
and that's what whether there's employer plans through your employer or plans through the individual marketplace, the vast majority of these plans are Affordable Care Act qualified. They cover pre-existing conditions, and for a long time, I mean, employer coverage. I mean that even before the Affordable Care Act was a primary driver for employer coverage was that you get covered pre-existing conditions. So,
okay,
yeah,
so here's what I want to know. I'm not asking if it happened. I'm just asking, is there a scenario you could imagine where a company is going out to get insurance and they have a pregnant person on board and they think that's detrimental because it's going to raise their premium? Or would that never even come up?
Well, it depends on the product. And I certainly don't want to speak to the intention of a company as far as this is concerned, and whether or not that company would terminate an employee based,
No, but I'm asking you, would there be, here's all I'm asking, is there a financial incentive by getting rid of someone who's pregnant or someone who has a serious disease or something?
Serious disease, potentially. There are some products out there. Now, fully insured market, no. Fully insured market, the rates are what the rates are in that rating area. And so that doesn't matter because it takes the pool of all the groups in that rating area. And so no. But if it's a large company, they have options of things like what's called level funded, where the rating, the premiums are based on the underwriting of that specific group and the risk of that specific group. So there are products that exist that somebody's health could impact the group's ability to get more affordable health insurance potentially, or that level funded option. And so there's not enough for me to know here. And again, I don't want to speak to the intention of an employer.
No. What you're saying makes total sense.
Yeah.
It makes total sense. Danielle, is this a very large company? Danielle? Did she go away?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah. Is this a
Hello?
large company?
No, it is not. It's a small company.
How many employees?
Including myself at the time, I'm going to say 6, 10 at the most, between 6 and 10.
So, John, that would likely not have a coverage that would care about pre-existing or a specific group, right?
Yeah, there's only a couple of there are a couple of carriers that offer level-funded products to groups that small, but most require at least 10 employees or more to even participate in the plan to get that level-funded option.
Thank you very much. By the way, Integra Insurance, for your insurance, your health insurance checkups, please call them, 303-466-5500, even if it's not open enrollment. Call them about your options going forward. Now, here's what I want to say. Danielle, I truly think it's a long shot. I really do. Okay. I don't think you can make the case that they fired you for financial incentives. I don't. I mean, you can. Okay. I just personally don't think. you would have to show that they would financially benefit by letting you go, and because of the insurance they were about to get. But the fact that you are away from your desk for 4 minutes, see, other than the pregnancy thing, they can fire you basically for anything. So you'd have to show it was because you're pregnant. And I don't see the incentive. They'll just say, well, why the heck would we fire her because she's pregnant? And then you'd say, well, because you're getting coverage that's going to benefit if I'm not there. And then you'd have to prove that. So I wouldn't even bother. At this point, go for unemployment. You're going to get unemployment, and that we can help you with because, they fired you. And I don't think they'll fight that unless being fired for cause you don't get unemployment. Is that true? Mark, you said everyone gets unemployment. But what if you're fired for cause? We still find that they get it, don't they?
Long as most of the time, unless you can prove what's going on.
Okay.
I still say she quit. She declined to show up for a meeting.
Yeah, that's what.
But a lot of times, that's where they end up getting paid.
All right, Joe, what's going on with employment? What's going on with your check, Joe? What's going on?
Hey, I was just calling you guys. I have a couple different questions, but
Sure. Go ahead.
I was calling because I work for a Greystar. It's a property management company. I'm doing maintenance, and I was being discriminated. My boss is calling me racial slurs.
Like what?
What do you want me to say?
Well, no. Here's what I want to know. I don't want you to use
what are we
vulgarity.
talking about?
Joe, I don't want you to use
say
vulgarity, but what was he saying to you? Like, was it regarding being black, being Hispanic, being what?
Yeah, being Hispanic, man. And he's calling me wetback.
Okay.
Every day.
He literally.
So I'm going into work.
He literally was calling you names.
Mark was saying that anybody gets unemployment, bro. It's not true. 'Cause I had to go through the appeals process.
Did you end up with it?
Against me.
Did you get it?
No, I never got unemployment.
Wow.
Okay, tell us your story, Joe.
Yeah, they're calling me a wetback.
Tell us your story.
Well, I was just working for the property management company, Greystar, and I worked there for a couple years. I was doing good maintenance, and the guys were just one of my maintenance supervisors. He was just sending me text messages, sending me like hundreds of text messages saying I'm short, little wetback, Hispanic, and I mean, it's not fair, man. Like, and I never got unemployment from that company. And
well, hold on though. Okay. So hold on. So you were working at Greystar Property Management, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were doing maintenance.
Yes, sir.
And then you kept getting texts from who? Was this a supervisor?
Yeah, I was a maintenance supervisor.
Now,
I had told him, I said, hey, man,
those, hold on, man. Did you keep those texts?
Well, I wasn't able to keep them because I had dropped my phone because I was doing a work order at on a apartment.
So would he do this
I had
out of...
accidentally dropped my phone,
Listen,
so I dropped...
Listen. What I'm asking is this. Was he doing this just out of the blue? All of a sudden, you would get a text that say, hey, wetback, what are you doing today? All right, tell me how that would work.
No, I was just because I put in, because I had like a bunch of pay time off and vacation time, so I put in like, and I didn't approve it. I didn't have to get it approved through him, but I got it approved through my property manager. And he was like, oh, we don't need you anyways, and all this stuff, you know, so.
Okay, I get it. So he was upset. He just didn't like you.
No, well, we're like best friends, man. Like, we used to hang out, drink beers together, and.
Could it be?
But all of a sudden, he just started like.
Could it be that he was calling you that in fun? I'm not suggesting it should be, but could it be, hey, bro, hey, wetback? I mean, could he have been doing that, thinking it's just being...
That was some example.
I don't know.
Yeah,
listen,
it might have been. I mean, it was fun. It was fun at first.
Okay.
It was fun at first. Like, it was fun at first. Like, we were just joking around. Like, 'cause we had another couple guys that were from, like, Venezuela and El Salvador that worked for us. And,
yeah.
Hey, was he Mexican as well?
Well, they're El Salvadoran and Venezuelan.
No. I'm talking about your
it was fun at first.
Your
and we used to
supervisor was your what is your supervisor white?
Yeah, he is white.
Here's the thing, Joe. If it was done in jest, in the beginning, at some point, if it became irritating, it doesn't constitute harassment unless you let them know. Let me give you an example. If someone is sexually inappropriate, and I don't mean like having sex, but just like maybe putting a hand on a shoulder or talking to a female employee, and it's taken in jest, and the female employee is comfortable with it and doesn't care, and then all of a sudden she does, she would have to make that known. And the same goes with racial stuff. Racial stuff, I think, no matter what anyone thinks of it, there are people who do it in jest, and they do it for fun, and they do it with each other. But then at some point, you say enough is enough. You have to communicate that. So if at one time it was okay, did you finally say, wait a minute, enough with the wetback stuff?
Yeah, I did. I told the property manager and I told HR everything.
Good.
I got text messages.
Okay,
that I
good.
Sent to HR.
So you made a record of it somewhere with the employer.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And they got it.
That's what you
on
call.
there, and I even got him fired because he was with Greystar for like 20 years, and he was a regional property manager. I got him fired because of stuff because my niece, she actually ended up living.
Joe, listen. If this company was stand up enough to fire this guy, why are they giving you a hard time about unemployment? Because what you're describing is what's called a hostile work environment. Now, a hostile work environment.
I know. That's what I did. That's what.
And what did the unemployment? What did the unemployment office determine? That you were fired for cause and do not deserve unemployment?
Take a break when you get a chance.
I already hired private attorneys, and they took it on.
Something is wrong with your story. We got to figure out what it is.
I know.
Hold on. I'm Tom Martino.
No, there's nothing wrong with my.
Well, hold on though. We'll figure this out. Compass Insurance Group, for free insurance evaluations of all of your property and casualty coverage and your car insurance. Make sure you're not paying too much. 303-996-9000. Something's wrong.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Tom Martino now. Dan Kaplis today at 4, 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we're still in good shape on the main thoroughfares, highways. A little bit of slowing. I-25 north from 6, pushing up past Spear. It looks like the eastbound 6 to northbound 25 ramp there has been backing up a little bit. 270 looks good right now. We had some construction there earlier, but really no big delays. I-25 between downtown and the Tech is about 10 minutes. Into the foothills, certainly some slowing down Floyd Hill as well as US 6 west of Golden up Clear Creek Canyon. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
RecoverYourHair.com. This is a really cool idea. Nick Turner wanted a hair transplant with the same quality that he can get here in America, but he wanted to save money. He found a place through friends in Istanbul, Turkey, and had it done. Your hair starts growing the next day. And he went there, had it done, had a few follow-up visits, and flew home. And the entire cost, including the flights and the hotel, was way, way, way cheaper than he could have it done here in America. So you know what he did? He put together a company, RecoverYourHair.com, where you can make arrangements with Nick to have your own trip to Istanbul, Turkey, whether a long weekend, a week, or a few days, get the hair transplant at par with America for a fraction of the cost. 970-534-0676. It's called medical tourism. RecoverYourHair.com.
I would have went. So the hotel, it's a cool hotel. They also have like an area where they have gun shows and this kind of shit. So they'll have like an RV show. So right across, that's owned by the hotel, there was a couple of 50 amps. If I had that adapter, my whole thing was a 50 amp that goes into
You
it.
could have just done it overnight.
I could have filled it up easily. I could have done it in 6-7 hours.
But you know those Teslas, when they get that ice sleet on them, they glow red.
Oh, it's wild looking.
Have you ever seen one of those Teslas glowing red? The windshield.
The whole
and
thing glows
everything?
red.
Why does it do that?
Mark, does it do it? Is it just inadvertent, or is that on purpose? Because it's defrosting the car.
It's got anti-freeze, so the car won't freeze.
So you can't get shocked by that, can you?
I haven't yet. I trust nothing.
Is the body of the car metal or some poly?
It's light as shit, but the battery. It's not. I don't know what it is. I don't know what's on the battery, but the car itself is.
Is it metal?
Yeah. Hey, this says we got a delivery notice. Oh, is this the? Okay. Yeah, that sucked. Get all the way home. I'm looking everywhere for it. I can't find it, so I'm going to put it in the car.
Yelling at Suzanne, where did she put it?
Yeah.
When you go to Walmart.
So I opened the little thing up under, you pop the trunk, and then there's a little thing you can pop up, and that son of a bitch was right there.
The whole time?
The whole time.
Oh, it was?
It was
It
right
was there the whole time, Mark?
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
How
It was there the whole
embarrassing.
time, and we didn't know it. It was like
embarrassing,
embarrassing.
Well, what I think happened is Suzanne, when I asked Suzanne, I said, where the hell did you put it?
Oh, yeah.
I think she ran and got it and put it in the car.
Oh, yeah, right.
Not the same woman that ran over something and cracked my rim and didn't tell me about it. No.
Are we still talking about that?
That would never
Are we still
happen.
talking about that, Kevin?
He's just trying to deflect.
Can you put him in a chokehold for me?
I can't wait to hear that CRV update.
I know. I put it on the screen for Tom.
Just jump in and say I got an update.
That was still freaky driving with you two, because you can hear it and she can hear it. I can't hear anything. Yeah, there it is. Did you? And you guys are. I'm just along for the ride. I can't.
Along for the
I
ride.
can't hear a thing.
Wait till you hear the update.
He's gone.
Do you by any chance have an update on yesterday's mediation with Carol?
I called her last night, left her a message.
Oh, she haven't heard yet.
That would have been good. Hopefully I'll call her this week at night, today or tomorrow. Yeah, I'm interested to know if they reached a settlement or if they're going to trial.
It's like it's just.
I bet you they're going to trial. My guess
She,
is.
if she would have got something good, she would have called me.
Boy, that's weird as shit.
She goes, "Is that weird?"
What is it?
That might not.
I bet you.
I hope she. No, I've been using that.
Open that up.
Oh, I'm not talking about my deal. It's a title.
Oh, it's a title.
Oh,
Okay,
I
yes,
know.
I could tell it's some kind of a fancy. Totally looked like.
What's that broad like, or what's that young lady like with the
Ooh, that'd be nice.
car, guys?
Here, you want to
Is
write
she
something
old,
on it?
young? What is she?
She's
Google
older.
Sheets. Okay, let me look again.
What, is that for one of your cars?
That was the New Jersey in me that came out for a second.
For your what?
Hang on, Ken. I'm trying to
What's
fix
that
this
broad
for you.
like?
Okay, no, sent me a title, but they screwed up the numbers and they still won't give me the
Suzanne used
10
to like
seconds,
me
guys.
calling her broad, is why I.
AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Tom Martino here. Okay, we got to figure out what Joe can do to prove his case. Because making that accusation is going to be difficult. It's a hostile work environment. Joe, did you say that you already went to a unemployment hearing?
Yeah, I had to appeal it because they denied it or whatever.
And you hired an attorney, is that correct?
I never even...
Forgive me for not remembering, but why were you fired?
What was the reason
I
they
wasn't
gave?
fired. I put in my 2-week...
You put in... Okay.
They literally had his notice.
So
they literally had your
I put in a
2-week notice.
But
yeah.
Okay, so Joe,
that's why they won.
If you put in your notice to quit, why do you think you deserve unemployment?
Yeah, because, I mean, well, they were...
She was fed up with the abuse, is basically what he's saying.
Yeah, I was fed up with the abuse, man. I was coming to work every day. And
okay, so are you
this
saying
guy's
the
saying
reason...
he was saying a monkey could do my job, and he was saying a monkey could do my job.
Here's what I'm asking then. So you're saying you quit because of the hostile work environment?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And discrimination and harassment.
No, I get it. I get that. If that truly happened, I totally am with you. If they were really being hostile and you put in a resignation because of it, I think that you'll win. And I'll tell you why you should have won. I had someone who quit and went to the Bahamas and then said they wanted unemployment, and they said it was a hostile work environment, and we were the best of friends. And this drunk sitting on the beach in the Bahamas got unemployment from Colorado. So I don't know why they turned you down. What did they say when they turned you down? That is so true, too.
I'll tell you why, because he actually gave them a letter, a piece of paper that was a 2-week notice.
But Mark, the reason he quit was because of the hostile work environment. That's what I'm getting at.
Listen, I get, and I even agree with him. All I'm saying is the reason he lost the case is because they said, this is ridiculous. Here's his thing,
No, but
they
Mark,
had this proof.
Mark, you don't need proof. He admitted he quit because of the hostile work environment. Do you understand what I'm saying? It wasn't like he was going to quit anyway and now wants unemployment. The reason he quit was for the hostile work environment. They don't need proof of a 2-week notice. He volunteered that. He said, hey, listen, I quit Gray Star Property Management because it was hostile and I want unemployment. It happens every day. People do that.
Well, we can reach out. We can reach out to Phil.
Hey, Tom, I didn't even really want the unemployment because I'm a skilled maintenance guy and I've been doing this for like almost 10 years.
Then why are you calling us? If you didn't want the unemployment, why are you calling us?
Yeah, because I'm saying that was unfair. Like, I mean, I got a job right away after that.
Okay,
but I'm
Joe,
just saying,
you're telling me it was unfair. I agree with you. If what you're saying is true, I agree with you. But if you're saying that, but you don't want the unemployment, why did you call?
Yeah, because I mean, I
why
should
did
have deserved that. Like, I got denied unemployment. What do you mean? Why did I call? I was like, I got denied unemployment because of that. I tried to get a job. Like,
Joe, help me out.
I tried to do it for
Joe,
like
help
2.
Me. Joe.
Oh, man.
No, listen, man. Really, seriously, we're on your side. But you just told us you don't care about the unemployment.
Yeah, I really didn't at first because I know I could get a job right away. So
okay, but then
I'm just saying, like, they
when did that
me.
change? When did that change?
I'm just saying I applied for unemployment, man, and I was just telling you guys, like,
are you just trying to make a comment on the previous
unemployment
said that she was
for the first like for a month or something?
Tom, I have a suggestion for Joe.
One at a time. Hold on one sec. Dragon, what were you saying?
You just called to make a comment about the previous caller saying that everybody gets unemployment, and you're just saying that
maybe that's
not
what
true?
It was. Maybe he was trying to
it's
tell
not
us.
True, dude. Like,
yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, that makes much more sense now.
Okay, now Bo, what were you going to say?
And listen, I do want to clarify that. I'm saying
that everybody gets unemployment, man. It's not true that everybody gets unemployment.
How long ago did this happen to you, Joe? How long ago?
It was like a year ago.
Okay, it's probably too late for us to do anything. Okay, so that's the point. Thank you, Joe. Put him on hold. He was just calling to say we're wrong.
Yeah.
It's not easy
Well,
to get
it wasn't. And I do want to say this. I want to change that statement a little. Anybody that I fired for what I would consider cause, like stealing or like drinking on the job or anything like that, I'd always fight it all the way through everything, and I lost every time. People that actually gave me a letter saying I quit, well, they didn't even try to get unemployment. So, I mean, I don't know how that part works.
Now, here's the point. Oh, well, Bo, what were you going to say?
Going to say the only reason Joe called was to just bitch about this Gray Star property management. Now, I did check it out. They only have 1.3 reviews.
I saw that.
I think Joe got his job accomplished. All he wanted to do is complain about this management company.
They've got a ton of reviews. I looked it up 2 times. Are they bad?
Company.
Okay. All right. Now, Deputy Bo, since you're on, do I have to take a break here, Dragon?
Yes, you do.
Okay,
yes,
let me take I'm way late. Hold on. We'll come right back.
And then Dimitri's got a great update, too.
All right, both of them.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Yeah, we're still in good shape on the main thoroughfares, highways. Yeah, a little bit of slowing. I-25 north from 6, pushing up past Spear. It looks like the eastbound 6 to northbound 25 ramp there has been backing up a little bit. 270 looks good right now. We had some construction there earlier, but really no big delays. I-25 between downtown and the Tech is about 10 minutes. Into the foothills, certainly some slowing down Floyd Hill as well as US 6 west of Golden up Clear Creek Canyon. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, David McCullough shares the story of why the Founding Fathers were not like us. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Gravina's, that's the name of this company that's been around since the 60s. Gravina's window siding and doors, Gravina's on 950 West Evans, is an offshoot of the original company. Larry worked with his dad, went off on his own in the 80s. And then his son took over, Nick, and now they're one company that has been around for longer than most and the biggest variety. That's what's important. You see, when you have companies that just have 1 or 2 products, you have a problem. But they have 50 lines of windows, 50, and they have multiple lines of siding and doors. When you want heritage and you want variety and you want quality, you want Gravina's. 303 Gravina, 950 West Evans, 303 Gravina, or gravinas.com. I'm going to be right back.
On the way out, they're going to
okay.
What's that?
That's crazy. I've been out to Buckley.
Oh, you got it right.
Oh, no, this is Space Force, right? So this is a big deal. And so I said, and I was totally serious about it. I said, this is about 3 years ago. And I said, so on the way,
not anymore.
I have to use the bathroom. Should I get a receipt or something? Because I was serious. Yeah.
Where was this retreat?
Shriver Air Force
like
Base.
The weakest one.
It's a space facility. They don't have.
Oh, you work with Dan. That's the hardest one.
Oh no, it's a big deal. The window, the office buildings don't even have windows. Oh, no runways. It's all space.
But it's a base?
It's a Space Force base.
Oh, Space Force.
And in the hallways.
What do you want to
You need more chest hair, though.
Oh, they have nothing like that. But they did tell me that their computer has a built-in variance that allows for people like drinking a Coke or going to the bathroom, stuff like that.
That's so weird.
Yeah. But the reason they do that is in case you drop off a spying device or steal something, like some piece of equipment, then their computer will know the weight variance and they'll check you.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
But I had my eyes, so you look into this thing.
Where was this located? Where's the base?
East of Colorado Springs.
Oh.
And so you walk into this glass phone booth, and the door locks behind you. You can't get out unless the guard over there, the Air Force guard,
lets you out.
But they scan my eyes on the way in and out, and then they give me this PIN number and then the fingerprint, and they weigh the phone booth also weighs.
Why were you there?
I was there on business.
Okay.
They wanted to.
Yeah, that's wild, man.
Yeah.
They didn't pick up
That's
the
the highest
screen
security
wire?
I think I've ever heard of.
Oh, it was phenomenal.
They must be doing some really secret.
Tom Martino Show.
And the hallways are very dimly lit.
Oh, so you can't like.
And everything's carpeted. And the people that you're walking in your direction in the hallway, nobody made eye contact.
Well, that might have been because you're ugly.
They were shocked. And I had to have this lady who was in the Navy. She was my constant companion that day. Like, she was not allowed to leave me, except if I go to the bathroom, she'd have to wait outside. But I didn't even go to the bathroom.
Hold on.
You didn't want to go to the bathroom.
No, I was afraid. They didn't tell me what the allowed. They didn't tell me what the allowed variance is. Yeah, I didn't want to miss it by 2 ounces.
I gotta replace that pee with that quart.
So I just peed in their parking lot on the way back to my car. I did. So I was afraid. Just on a light pole. I was afraid of getting locked in the glass booth.
You gave something for the dogs to go.
For extra training for their guard dogs. It was pretty cool.
Pretty wild.
And it's built in this natural depression in the landscape, so that if they get nuked, unless it's a totally direct hit, the blast will sail over the buildings.
Oh, that's cool.
Space, yeah. That's how they picked that location.
I guess they don't open it up for tours.
They have no gift shop.
No gift shop.
But they did tours. But they gave me a challenge coin.
Oh, that's good.
Shriver Air Force. At the time, it was called Falcon Air Force Base.
Okay,
It was
now
really
I know
cool.
Falcon.
Yeah, it was Falcon, which is a much cooler name than Shriver.
Before you leave, let me get online here. Okay.
Yeah, I have no
All right. Did I run us out of time?
And the challenge coin has their motto.
No, we'll have a couple of minutes.
Masters of space.
So,
Master.
I'm going to take Danny then, and then Bo and those guys are going to be there. So, screw
Looked like a
it.
winged, some kind of a winged
Exactly.
dog.
A wing pooch, huh?
Yeah, it was a winged, like a killer, like hellhound.
Home opener could be one of the coldest in franchise
Is it
history.
today the home opener?
Maybe I'll just stay home and eat.
Correct,
buffalo
yes.
wings.
Are you
10
going?
seconds.
Yeah, but
Legend. Search Elton John Radio on your iHeart app to listen now.
Hi, Tom Martino here. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Danny's got a comment on booted cars. We've been talking about cars being illegally booted all over the city by Park It Right. These guys need to be put out of business, kind of like Wyatt's was. Go ahead, Danny. What's your comment?
I was wondering, could you take them to small claims court? Because I feel that they had to give me the parking pass.
Oh, are you the one that had your car booted?
No. I was calling about it.
Okay,
I was
got it.
calling about them being booted.
Now,
I was
okay,
What
so
about
here's
it?
what
What about
happened.
it?
The Marine, the ex-Marine that went and... Oh, did Bo handle that? Bo, were you on that, right?
Yes, his name was Cameron Dean, and I went over there last Friday.
He almost got thrown in the can.
Yeah.
So
They called the
Cameron,
police
when
on me.
Cameron had a lease, he can show he had a lease, but they didn't give him a parking pass, and they booted his cars. And Bo, he ended up having his girlfriend ended up paying for that, right?
Yeah, she was just getting stressed out over the whole situation while I was waiting for Denver police. She went into her apartment.
She
and
should have.
paid.
I think they should have just cut him off.
Now,
I do
here's
too.
what I want to know. Is anyone taking that apartment complex to small claims court? Because they should. And I agree with Danny. That's a great idea. That is a great idea.
They shouldn't. I did. And Tom, I did file a formal complaint with the Public Utilities Commission. I did get a case number, and they are investigating it.
Good,
They
because
said they
there
would
were no
let
warning
me know.
signs. There were no Bo, I want you to call them and tell them we'd like to help them. Of course, not with the legal part of it, but with the logistic part of it for filing a small claims court.
The other one, that was not Park It Right, though. That was the other one,
It was
right?
Metro Parking.
Metro Parking.
It doesn't matter. It still should go to small claims court. And I would love to follow it along when it does. So, you know. Okay, thanks. Now,
I'll call
Bo,
Cameron after the show.
Now, Bo, while you're on, tell us about this follow-up about the oil leak and what happened.
Yeah, this was Doug Sanders. He called in on Wednesday, February 25th. Grease Monkey had an oil change done, and Grease Monkey did not remove the O-ring on the oil filter.
All right, hold on, and we're going to come back because we're running out of time. We're going to find out what happened and how that was resolved, if it was. I'm Tom Martino. Stick around for more of the Troubleshooter Show.
Not for me, thanks, Dad.
Pizza's here, guys.
You got enough hands for it?
Hey, come on, man.
Thank you, Mom.
What? That's your own fault.
No, thank you, Mom.
Order your own damn pizza.
Oh, sure.
Better get it while you can.
I don't feel like pizza today.
You can have my pizza. What?
I'm going to order something else.
Order. I like Tom's, what do you call it? Accent, if you will. Order.
Yeah. Crepe. Okay. You got to stick.
Dolce had me chuckling at you a few years ago.
No.
Because, can you hear me, Tommy?
Yeah.
Because you don't say driver's permit, you say driver's permit.
Permit. I know. Permit. I know. There are still some quirks I have, for sure. I want breakfast. I don't want pizza today. I wonder if we just...
I'm texting you, Tommy.
Good old egg.
I don't want to say it on the YouTube.
Probably too late for egg McMuffins, isn't it?
Too late for Egg McMuffins.
Is it?
Get yourself some Egg McMuffins, mister.
What time do they close that kind of shit down?
I don't know. I don't eat McDonald's, Tom. I haven't eaten McDonald's in probably 10 years.
Oh, I only ate at McDonald's was starting when I wanted to get healthy.
Right.
I gain weight. Einstein.
Okay, I texted you.
I like Einstein. Let's see that. Yes. You know why, right? You know why I am.
Oh, yeah, I know why.
I got my fixer, my pusher. Okay, how about this? An egg. How about this? You and I, we'll just get 2 of these. Cage-free eggs with bacon, American cheese, chipotle mayo, on a fresh
Listen to this.
cheesy
It's his
bun
order.
or a gourmet bagel.
What's he ordering?
You want one of those?
Why are you ordering McDonald's?
Do you want
How
it?
is he ordering?
hungry.
Okay, good.
How do you order it? Oh, DoorDash. God, you've got balls, man.
No, I'm not doing McDonald's. I'm doing Einstein.
Oh, I thought you were. Oh, Einstein, but it's still bagel with cheese, eggs.
You have got guts, man.
Yep.
You don't want to know what those drivers do to that food.
You know what? I don't believe it.
I'm sure you don't. Let me tell you, every homeless person in the world works for DoorDash. If you have a pulse...
That's not true. My sister, when she's in military towns because of her husband,
Yeah.
a lot of military wives do DoorDash just to, get some extra income.
Does she?
She does not.
Okay, I was going to say, would you want her touching your food? Seriously. That was
I
a
love
perfect
my
example.
sister.
Fabuloso.
Place order.
Tom, Top Secret says, don't send it to the wrong address this time.
No, I was just looking at that because that's where they were going to send it. Sons of bitches. Why did that become my alternate? It was my clinic I sent
You probably
it to.
said it as your
It
default.
wasn't you. It wasn't you.
No, it's like it made it my own. Damn
So
it.
we gotta take her to the airport.
That's fine.
And
They're at opening day today in the Capitalist Suite.
Checking out the Discord, seeing what's going on over at Discord. These little diehards. These are the Martino morons on YouTube are diehards. These are extra diehard people. I'm still figuring out how to navigate through it, though. Like, how do I find the general chat for Martino? Tim.
Oh, yeah.
I don't see. Oh, here it is. Nope.
Yeah. Why can't we
Discover?
get better ones?
Nope.
So when I first
Add
moved
a
here,
server.
I moved out here to work.
I thought McDonald's had breakfast all day. Am I crazy?
Hey.
They were based here, believe it or not.
Somebody said they didn't.
So
Maybe they don't. Maybe they quit
They
that.
stopped about 10:30 or 11.
Tim, I do not see the Martino morons anymore.
One of the guys I worked with
I see add a server, discover, a download app.
at Apple.
Then under I see direct messages.
We would consistently
God bless.
like tickets on the glass
Hey, Tim.
and all of
Is he on right now?
I don't see you on the server. Okay, let me try again. I'll try for my laptop.
We did get
Oh, good.
I'm gonna show you in a second. I just got to find.
No, McDonald's no longer offers breakfast all day, but you can still get items. That tells
There
you
we
the
are,
last time
Tim.
I was at McDonald's 5 years ago. Jesus. No,
I'm
that's
in the
not true.
trenches now, Tim. I'm in it.
I get coffee occasionally.
Let's see what's going on with you guys.
See if that fucking Dave H is in there.
Do you know that on Discord, that's where they say what they really feel?
Is Dave H in there?
I don't know.
If I find out that Dave H is in there,
Wait.
Tim, I will block your ass.
What happened to Dave H? What did he say to hurt your
He's just
feelings?
a pain in the ass.
Did he hurt your
troll.
feelings?
He's a big troll. He's a
Mark
troll.
blocked
He's a
him.
nice guy, you bastard.
He's a troll. Good morning, Tom, and that other guy.
He said that today, or was it
my wide
yesterday?
shot
lasted.
now.
He was
Talib,
back on.
look at it.
I unblocked him after 3 months, and he made it 2 minutes.
Talib, look at my wide shot, brother.
Ooh,
Pat Jolly.
I adjusted it.
Have you met him before?
There's
Yeah,
Pat.
he's a cool guy.
That's
He's
Pat.
nice.
I'm so sorry I missed out on him. I have
How does my wide shot
Pat
look
looks
now?
different. Pat looks way different than when I saw him last.
More handsome?
Just different. He does not look. When I was like, "Who the hell is that?" He looks so different. Maybe it's the facial hair.
I'm gonna download the Discord server and do the official Trouble.
Digging deeper into the American economy, tariffs, and why Trump's big, bold move may lead to a major breakthrough sooner than later. Join me at 4.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, welcome to the show. I'm Tom Martino, and I'm glad to have you here on a Friday car day. We haven't had many car questions, but we will. Kevin Calkins with us from Sheridan Autotech. Deputy Doc's in the studio. Deputy Bo's in the studio. Deputy D's in the studio. Sue's and Marc Mager. Let me bring them all up. There you go. Now, let's have some follow-ups as well. 303-713-TALK, 713-255. Deputy Bo, he was telling us about Doug and oil and grease monkey and all of that. So let's get to it. What was the original problem?
The original problem was he went in to greet the Longmont Grease Monkey location for an oil change, and apparently they did not remove the oil filter gasket. So he basically had the new oil filter gasket and the old.
Got it.
Yeah, and he drove it for like 300 or 400 miles, and he heard a knocking of the engine, and he went to another mechanic up there in Longmont, and it was 6 quarts low on oil. He's very fortunate he did not lose the engine. And I believe they had to change the other company. I think it was called Pride Automotive. They had to change some sort of head gasket. So the bill incurred was $600 with Pride Automotive. And then Grease Monkey had a bill of $280. So we were just fighting with the Grease Monkey home corporate office, to admit that they did wrong with this oil filter gasket. So
they didn't want to do anything, man. They sucked.
The local branch manager there in Long refused to talk to us and told me not to make any more phone calls. So I was able to call the Grease Monkey corporate office out of state, and then they were able to transfer me around to another Grease Monkey corporate office, basically. So just last week, they agreed to pay Doug Sanders in full for the Grease Monkey bill and the charges he had to incur with the other mechanic to repair his car in the amount of $850.
That is a way to hound dog, man. You got on that. You didn't give up the cent, and you got there.
Wasn't that
called
January
every
that
month.
he called?
It was...
he called maybe a month ago.
He called, the original call came in January 6th.
It was that damn long ago?
It was January.
Yeah, I've been making 2 or 3 calls every week, and finally got the right
Bo,
person.
really seriously, that deserves some kudos. You get my dinger. You got to get my dinger for that. And this is like
That was awesome, dude.
Yeah. But
And Doug is very happy for the show. He didn't want to come on the air and discuss it, but he's very happy.
I mean, think about that. You're a hound dog, man. You're a pit bull. This guy got on this case way back. I love it. Bo, okay, thank you, Bo. Dimitri, Deputy D, as we call him, his rapper name.
Hey, Tom.
D-me-tree. What's happening?
Hey, I had a great meeting at a super high-class joint called Mile High Honda this morning. You may recall that Christy called us about a month ago, and she bought a brand new Honda CR-V hybrid, and she reported hearing this super high-pitched sound that's driving her up the wall.
Yes,
and so
hold
a couple
on,
of
but
weeks
part of
later-
it was that not everyone could hear it. You happened to hear some of it, and we started talking about this. Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
No,
So-
that literally is when she called into the show. That's what it sounds like.
That is actually Christy's voice on a recording that Mr. Dragon has played back. So a couple of weeks ago, she stopped by the studio here on Car Day, and Kevin from Sheridan Autotech and I went for a ride. And I predicted, it turned out correctly, that only some of us can hear the super high-pitched sound, and some won't. So during the ride, I unmistakably heard the sound. Kevin heard just a little snippet of it, but only once. And we had that discussion with you and me a couple of times.
Yeah, of
that
course.
That's just how our ears age. However, Tom, in preparation for today's update, I brought a tone generator, and I'm able to replicate that sound. It would be kind of interesting to see how many people here in the studio, and you, Tom, can hear this sound.
Okay, go ahead.
So if everybody can remove their headphones for just a moment, I'm going to play the sound.
Why don't we send it to Dragon and he can play it over the air?
Yeah, let's do that.
Because it's in an app. That's why he's
it's
playing.
in my phone.
Okay.
Just try it. Let's see.
Yeah,
Here
go
it
ahead.
comes. Is everybody ready?
Yeah.
You can't. What?
Oh, my sound is off.
Oh my God! Of course I can hear that.
That's terrible.
That's the most annoying thing.
Wait,
you can hear
There's
it?
people There's people driving off the road
I don't
right
hear
now.
anything.
I can't hear it.
Wait, you didn't hear it?
Play it again.
Oh, wow.
Oh my
Okay.
God! It's
Okay.
Play it again.
it's nails.
Ready?
Ready?
Come on.
Yeah, that's painful.
It's
Oh,
nails on a
Hold
chalkboard.
on,
Horrible.
hold on.
Absolutely
You guys,
nails on a
you guys are
chalkboard.
doing a belated April Fool's joke. Here's what I want you to do, Dimitri.
No.
Dimitri, I want you to say
Yes.
when you start the sound, start.
Okay. Start.
I don't hear anything.
Can you hear it through? You can hear it, Dragon, right?
Yes, I can certainly hear it.
I mean, listeners have to be able to hear that.
Oh,
I'm gonna
100%.
one last time.
It is annoying.
Sue's pointed out my speakers in the other part of the phone. Here it comes. Start.
It's horrible sound, dude.
There's no sound.
The YouTubies hear it, Tom. They're like, please stop it. That's terrible.
Come on, YouTubers.
So, Tom, over the past few weeks, I've called a couple of Honda dealerships, and the one that really stepped up to the plate and jumped into action was a gentleman by the name of Devin Bolton. He's the assistant service manager at Mile High Honda. So we made an appointment to come and see him and drop off the car today. And Mr. Bolton actually took a step that I didn't even expect. In anticipation of Christy having to leave her car with him, he arranged for a no-charge loaner Honda for her to take home for as long as it takes for them to figure out and fix this problem. So Mile High Honda, man, my hat is off to them.
Oh, that's
and by the way, they have really good free coffee there,
Did
too.
they figure anything out yet, though?
Well, here's what we did.
Yes, go ahead.
Devin and Christy and I from Mile High Honda went for a drive in that car, and he heard the sound every single time I heard it. So there is absolutely no question in his mind or anybody's part.
Mark uses an expression that I'm going to borrow right now. Mark, do you know what I'm going to say?
Yes.
It is the...
let's see, I've got a lot of them.
It is the nut behind the wheel.
Well, in this case, it was some diode under the hood. So he said, he hasn't had this complaint before, but he recognizes that the problem exists. So he has a really great resource within Honda of America, and it's called TechLine. And he said it's staffed with retired master mechanics and people of that nature. So he says that at this point, there is no need for him to even turn it over to a mechanic. So he's going to contact Honda and get technical guidance from them on what to do next. So I think over the next few days, we're going to have further follow-ups and further updates from Mile High Honda.
All right. Thank you very much,
So that's what's
Deputy
going on
D.
with that.
All right.
You're
So
welcome.
we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show. It's important that when you learn stuff on the show, you also contribute and teach us stuff. So here's what I'm going to ask today. We haven't done this in a while. I want to know gems and pearls of wisdom. And I'll even give away a prize for the best. I want to hear pearls of wisdom from our listeners. Now, my morons, you can do it on the YouTube chat, but I'd rather you call the show. By the way, K&H Home Solutions, remember, they have painting now. K&H Painting Pros, khwindows.com. Was that,
Hard work and dreams lead to success, but easily filing...
Yeah, I played it before we went to break.
Doesn't hurt either.
Did you hear it?
A walk
Honest
in the
to
park,
God, I
'cause we'll
can't.
refill your info for you.
Wow.
And confidently. Winner! Get the peace of mind that comes with
I have
expert
enough
help.
hearing to get my
Let's go.
pilot's license.
Being powered
renewed.
by TurboTax means you're backed by the leading tax preparer.
That's good enough.
All your filing options up front so there are no surprises. File your taxes on Intuit Credit Karma today. Expert help not available with all products. Guarantee details available at turbotax.com/guarantees.
You know, I advertise people I hope you never use. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. I hope you never need him. But I will tell you this, you'll be happy he's there if you do need him. If you're in an accident and there's an injury, he's the only attorney I know that'll talk to you up front before you hire him or his firm. That's right. You call and say, I want to talk to John Fuller. And you'll be either routed to him or call you back. And he'll talk about your case. And he'll spend time with you with no obligation. If you hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. But he's willing to put his knowledge up front for you. 303-597-4500. 597-4500. Callfuller.com. Callfuller.com.
Because his girlfriend's probably at the same desk.
Okay, Mark, I have to stand up for Dave H.
Who is it?
Dave H., the guy you blocked.
Yeah,
when
don't
he
block
said
him.
hi, Tom, and the other guy, it was Tom and Pat Jolliffe on the video. It had nothing to do with you. We need to unblock him. That wasn't fair.
There's nothing wrong, you temperamental idiot.
It was Tom and
No.
Pat on the video.
I'll give him one more try.
Okay.
I don't mind. Hey, I'm open to this. We'll see if he lasts more than 2 minutes.
Let's see, Dave H.
Are you getting him?
I'll get him. I'll unblock him.
I think you should limit Mark to 2 blocks a day.
We've got to limit Mark's blocking.
I'll block all of you from blocking people.
Where is poor Dave H? The poor fella
No,
got blocked
in fact,
over
I'll
a
tell you why. I remembered why I blocked him over a month ago. You know why? We had someone call up, some poor lady or something, and he started going, "Oh no, she did it. It wasn't the business. It was definitely the caller. It was
So
some
what?
fucking bullshit like that."
So what?
Well, then he was like in a wheelchair, dying.
You live on the defensive some weeks, I swear. Poor Dave H. Now let's talk about Mapleton Gary and James Gibbons and Richard Sanchez and Sob Guy 303 and Chris Hatch. All these people have been blocked. The Experimental Film Channel. Grim Awareness, the Experimental Film Channel again. You've blocked a lot of people.
Why do you think I blocked all them?
We don't need to block people.
For the life of me, I haven't even heard of those
I don't
fucking
believe in
people.
censoring.
Yeah, but if they're just going to spam stuff, then yeah.
That's it. Now fucking Top Secret's gone. See ya.
Oh!
See ya.
You live to block Top
She's
Secret,
gone.
don't
And
you?
just because, you know what, Bo?
Yeah,
you
what?
better fucking not be on here either.
No, I don't do wrenches. I just do Ryobi power tools.
It's like that show, Whose Line Is It Anywhere? The points don't matter, and the winner is whoever they
Oh.
want.
Get
to yeah. The rules don't matter for Mark. They just get banned because banned.
That's right.
Sean Libby, that's why you haven't seen Sub Guy lately.
Top
He's been
Secret's
blocked.
gone. Top
Dave
guy can
H.
fuck off.
Dave H., if you're listening, you're unblocked. So refresh,
Yeah,
go
let
in
me
and
see him
out.
pop up
They
again.
can still watch even though they're blocked.
Poor
right?
fella.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, that's the problem.
There is no problem.
And he was innocent in that comment.
No, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was talking about Pat Jolliffe
How
on
do
the
you know?
screen.
What
Because
did he
I
say
even
about
said, "Hey
Pat?
Tom," and who's that other guy?
What did he say
He
about
just said,
Pat?
"Hey Tom." He said, "Hey Tom," and the other guy. Mark thought he was talking about Mark. I
And
said,
so
"No,
even if
he was talking
who
about
cares?
Pat."
Get
I
us
do.
a break, Mark.
I do. I do.
He's- Mark is so sensitive
what a
this
fragile
week.
ego.
You know what? I'm blocking fucking Martino right now.
What a
You know
fragile
what?
ego.
You're gone, brother. I
Kevin, is this why you're
type
not on
something.
chat?
Type
You just don't
something
wanna
so
get
I can
blocked.
block you. Where is he? Type something, Tom. I want to just
fragile.
reply to it. Type something.
You fragile.
Type something.
Okay, I will.
He's
Hold on.
got a
Hold on.
fragile heart.
You type something right now.
Oh.
Type something.
Or I'll beat you.
Oh, you bastard. You bastard.
Case, can you see Troubleshooter Network? Because Tommy put that up.
We're all okay.
And I'll put this. Okay, now I'll do it with me. Hold on.
You suck.
Tom Martino said hello. Case, can you see that?
Okay.
Welcome
now.
to the jungle, Dave H.
There. Now Martino's hidden.
Let me see.
Oh, Tom Martino was here.
You're gone, brother.
Are you sure?
Oh, man, no one's
My
immune.
punch is
you're
gone,
gone.
but I think I'm still up there.
No, you're gone.
Mark has blocked more people
Do
than
people
the
see
EU.
me?
Love you, Lamo.
Where's Lamo? They're gone.
I'm not going to have anybody left.
It's going to be me.
Yeah, you can have a clear screen.
Hey, morons.
I'll
do you
let
see
Dragon
me?
create aliases.
Morons, do you
No,
see
you're
me?
gone, bro.
You're gone.
I
Can't
don't
see
know. I'm
Tom.
on there. I see me. Let me see. Pat, are you doing it?
He thinks he's
Not
on
according
there.
to Mark.
Would you go unblock Tom?
Yes, I'll unblock
I don't
Tom.
see.
I don't know
actually,
why.
truly.
Guys.
That was
Studios. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hey, I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 713-TALK, 713-8255. Tunica, what's going on with your landlord? What's happening?
Yes, hi. My landlord, we had a rocky start due to gas exposure, but our lease is ending on May 15th of this year, and we still have not been offered like the option to renew, or if she was going to raise the rent or whatever we're going to do. But I was just kind of wondering what steps should I take, because we're really not in the position to move at this time.
Okay, when you said, let me ask you a
lease,
question. I want to ask a question because this is really important. And you do have certain rights. When you said you got off to a rocky start, what do you mean?
Well, we moved in and the fireplace wasn't working.
When?
And she said, my previous tenants never used it. This was May the 14th of last year, 2024.
Okay, got it.
And we was checking everything, and we noticed the fireplace wasn't working. We tried it. She said, well, it never worked. My previous tenants never used it, but not knowingly, we was exposed to gas. The fireplace had a gas leak in the furnace, so we called Excel Energy, and they turned everything off. Her plumber she hired took 8 days to get everything fixed. We still don't have the fireplace, which is okay, because it's not in the lease, I guess. But they got the heat running, and the Excel approved it when they came back out. But ever since then, she's just been like really hateful, and she's been like really mean, and barely wanting to fix
I get
things,
it.
but
So you think she wants to get rid of you, and you want to know what your rights are?
Yes, sir. That's it. Yes.
Okay, let's find out. I'm going to call our real estate attorney and ask him. I know the more you live there, the more rights you have, but we'll figure it out. I don't know what rights you have, but right now, it's really weird because the laws have changed so much. So let's find out what renewal rights you have and what cancellation rights the landlord has. Have you tried reaching out to the landlord?
Okay. I haven't reached out to her since we needed a fixture for the toilet. But no, I have not, because we just been going through issues. Here she wanted payment one way, and now she wanted us to do it a different way. It's just really unprofessional. She says really rude stuff. So I choose really not to talk to her. But I was going to send her an email and say, hey, what's going on? Are we
right?
Just to see where she's standing, because I know that the lease that we signed is through Zillow, and it did mention that after the 12-month term, it will go to a month-to-month, and that neither landlord or tenant has, they don't have the obligation to renew.
Right.
But
it doesn't. Wait. It doesn't work that way in Colorado. We got to get O'Brien on.
Yeah, things have changed right now.
Okay.
Things have changed right now. So hold on, Tunica. We're going to get an expert on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. David, you have a question about an F-150 in a body shop. Go ahead, David. We have Kevin at Sheridan Auto Tech with us. He can chime in. What's going on?
Well, I got hit the other day, kind of on on my driver's side, right by my tailgate, and I'm trying to talk to some body shops about, okay, how are you guys going to repair this, whether it's a bed replacement or a panel replacement, and nobody wants to talk to me without talking to see about my insurance and all that from Progressive, because the guy that hit me is obviously paying for it. But nobody will talk to me about the repair on what the proper way to do it is.
Well, that's ridiculous. You mean to tell me you can't call up and say, hey, man, I got a few questions about this before I commit? They won't explain it to you?
No, I've talked to Euro Collision. I've talked to Caliber Collision, and none of them will say, yeah, bring it in, let's talk about it.
That's ridiculous. I can't tell you why. I mean, that's ridiculous.
I would be concerned, yeah.
But
There's
Kevin,
a body
what
shop we
reason
use
would
in
they have
Lakewood,
not to answer a stupid question?
they may not know. The guys that he's talking to may not know the procedure to fix it, and they're just not telling him. But, I would go somewhere else, obviously, because if you can't get a straight answer to start, it's never going to get any better.
Well, that's what I thought, too, so that's why I had to call the troubleshooter.
Sure.
Okay,
so... What part of town are you in?
I'm down in Highlands Ranch, Centennial, Littleton area.
Yeah, there's a body shop we use for all our stuff is Perry and Terry.
They're good
they're
people.
Off of Colfax.
They have been around
Colfax
for years.
And Teller. Yeah, they have. So you may just give them a call and explain what's going on and see if they'll talk to you about it before you go there. But I don't see why they wouldn't.
Okay.
Yeah,
Do you know what the fix would be?
Well, it would depend on the damage. I don't know. I don't get into the body work too much.
Well, hold on.
They'd have to examine it.
David, where was it hit?
Yes. It was hit in the back quarter panel right in front of where my tail light is on the driver's side.
Okay, got it. So that sounds like a rear quarter panel. What do you specifically want to know anyway if his insurance is paying? You want to make sure you're getting the right repairs and not aftermarket?
Well, I want to know are they just going to cut that aluminum out and weld a new piece in, or is it a panel that's the right fix?
Well, hold on.
What?
If you go to any good body shop, I mean, I know what you're saying. You want to know, wait a minute, are you drilling and filling, or are you really replacing the quarter panel? So it's the left rear quarter panel.
Yes, sir.
And usually, Kevin, that's a remove and replace, right?
Typically it is on a bed, yeah, because not enough metal there to fill. But, yeah, he's right in trying to get that done first, though, because he doesn't want a half job, to find out a year later that there's an issue with the repair. I think he's absolutely right to ask.
I can't believe that you can't find a shop to answer your question. No, really, what do they say? Did you ever actually make an appointment for an estimate?
No, they wouldn't let me set an appointment until the adjuster from Progressive to give me an estimate. Then they said, bring it in then we can look at it and start fixing it. I said, well, I don't want that. I want to know what the correct fix is first.
Well,
and they said, well, not until we get your adjuster paperwork.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know what motivates people anymore. I mean, David, what I can say, we can't wave a magic wand and make them answer, but
no, I understand. That's why I thought, being Friday, I was waiting to give you guys a buzz.
We can probably give you an answer if you send us pictures. We can get an expert.
Yeah,
okay.
I think I know why they won't tell him.
Why?
They're probably waiting for the insurance company adjuster to come over and approve the repair in whatever way the insurance company wants to conduct the repair.
They don't want to waste time, is what you're saying.
Yeah, they're not going to say we're going to replace it only to find out that Progressive is going to say, no, we're not replacing it. We'd rather save $4 and have you guys fill it with Bondo.
No, I know what you mean. All right, listen.
But that's why he needs to find a shop that's going to work for him, not for the insurance company.
Exactly right.
Yes. Yeah, give him a call to Perry. Just ask the question over the phone and see what they say. They'll set you an appointment. Come look. They're straight shooters. We've never had issues with them.
Okay. Listen.
Sounds good, gentlemen. I appreciate your time.
No problem. Listen, Twinika, tell me, Kachina, Brad O'Brien is not available?
That is true.
Well, when will he be available, or is he not available today?
He is not available today.
Twinika, when is your lease up? Did you say in May? We got to get you. We have to get you back on. I'm going to do some research during the break.
Okay.
But we need to get you back on.
Okay.
With an attorney to give you some advice.
Okay.
Kachina will get your number and stuff off the air, and we'll get you back on. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Do you see my note, Dragon?
KHOW Denver, 630 KHOW. And iHeartRadio.
Yes, I do. I'll let him know.
All right, thanks.
Our radio app for all your music.
Yep. Okay.
Yes. Now, impact traffic.
This report is sponsored by Lowe's.
Some normal Friday slowdowns throughout the Denver metro. For the noon hour, I-25 northbound speeds in the 40s and 50s between Alameda and Colfax, adding about 3 or 4 minutes to your delay. Through Commerce City, I-270 east and westbound from stop and go both directions approaching Vasquez. Over on the west end, we have a crash on the 6th Avenue eastbound off-ramp to southbound Kipling Street, not really affecting traffic on 6th, but you may see some stop and go on the interchange. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
The new My Lowe's Pro Rewards program makes it easier than ever for members to save and get more. Join for free today. Lowe's, they help, you save. Program subject to terms and conditions. Details at lowes.com/terms, subject to change.
You know, you can beat the spring cleaning rush right now with big savings, and I mean it, big savings with Zero Res. These are the guys that use that ZR water and can clean your carpets like no other. I personally used them at our house, and I couldn't believe what the results were. They were so great. In fact, days later, I didn't have that wicking. I didn't have some of those same spots come up like happens with the other guys. And listen to this deal, though. This is what I want to emphasize. They're great. But right now, for $114, you can get 3 areas done. $114. You're not going to get a better deal than that for 3 rooms or 3 areas. And then if you want to get your duct cleaning done, you can take an additional $75 off that service. Check these guys out. ZeroResDenver.com. Call for that screaming deal. ZeroResDenver.com or 303-471-5150. Now, we all think of retirement. I want to tell you something. There's a lot of companies out there. The only part of your retirement they're interested in is selling you a product, okay? Maybe it's an annuity. Maybe it's something else. Whatever that product happens to be. The people at Retirement Planning Centers, so they will help you with every single aspect of retirement, including investments, of course, but they're going to talk about your health care. They're going to talk about Social Security. They're going to help you optimize those benefits. They're going to talk about Medicare and different supplementals you can buy. They're going to talk, of course, about insurance, annuities, long-term care, estate planning. Maybe you have a business and you want to pass it on to your offspring. They can talk to you about retirement. Check them out at rpcenter.com. That's rpcenter.com.
Is your financial
thing, by the way, or you just wanted to tell me you had to do those
I
spots?
I was able to pull it up.
Okay.
Does anybody want anything? Water?
What's that?
Thanks, more water.
Oh, yeah, I'd love a water. Thanks, man.
Could I use Sue's?
Sure.
No, I'm good. Thanks.
Good, thanks.
Mark, I just sent you a lead.
A what, babe?
A lead. You gave Lamo a wrench? Wow.
I'm that kind of guy.
Wow.
Listen, when
Everybody
I see,
gets a
when
wrench. You
I
want a
can
wrench.
see
You get a
or
wrench.
sense talent, I reward
But you took
talent.
You took Top Secret's wrench away, then you gave
Exactly.
it back, then you took it away again.
Exactly. Because she thanked you for it. And if she can't thank the proper person, then
Mark, she
that's how
didn't-
that goes.
Well, how She come I don't didn't have a wrench?
That's how
know.
that
She
rolls.
didn't even know that
Doc,
it was...
you do have a wrench.
What?
You do have a
No,
wrench.
I don't.
Yes, you do. Type something.
Okay, only.
So, and I only have so many wrenches.
Mark is fickle.
Well,
If you're Jewish, you know what we call a wrench? It's a place where they have cattle and horses.
yes. Exactly. And pizza toppings.
No, we call it a wrench.
So,
I'm gonna try that, Pete.
basically what I did here. You want to just go away again, Top Secret?
Mark
I mean, you want to just like disappear again?
Petty. Mark is a soft touch, Lamo
No, I
says.
figured Lamo. Yeah, Mark is a soft touch. Thank you, Lamo. I knew talent when I saw talent. And when I think talent, I think Lamo.
Okay, so look at what I just typed.
Yeah, right there. You have a wrench. I don't think you see the wrench.
He doesn't. I don't see his wrench.
No, he does. Just look really hard, Kevin.
I am. Yeah. Oh, there it is. Yeah, I see what you mean.
I told you.
I had to look from the left.
His wrench is white, so it's not
blends.
blue like the others because it's the highest powered wrench on there. Do you see it?
No. It's all right.
No, hold on, Doc. I didn't know you didn't have a wrench.
I don't know, what is the
What's
wrench
the
mean?
purpose of everybody having a wrench?
So I could take it away.
Oh.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what I was thinking.
What's your problem?
That's where Mark
What am
finds
I
his
supposed
power.
to take away?
That's where Mark finds his power, in a wrench.
Now, where the hell is it?
In a
Doc,
digital
I really
wrench.
don't see you. Okay, I
I'm
see it.
Ken Manfredi.
Okay, ready? Now.
That was so funny.
Add as
Doc
moderator.
recommended his handyman to me, and I called him, and I said, yeah,
There you go.
I couldn't remember what Doc's name was.
10 seconds,
He's
guys.
Doc.
He's like, well, who?
Must with Mochi when combined with a healthy lifestyle.
Check out joinmochi.com.
630 KHOW, an iHeart radio station.
All right, 303-713-8255, 303 Martino. Hey, you should join us. We do have a lot of fun, and I mean it, a lot of fun on our YouTube channel, and a lot of serious conversations as well. So you go to YouTube, you type in Troubleshooter Work, and you'll find us, and during the commercials, you can hear us. And I want to say this, too. This...
All right, you're going up.
303 Martino, 303 Martino. You can always email us at help@troubleshooter.com. But what's going on with you, Miles?
Oh, hey, Mark. Thanks for taking my call.
You got it.
Actually, I spoke to you the other day about bridge loans.
Oh, yeah, man.
Yeah. So, anyway, I think I got that figured out. But my situation has changed. My mother, I have power of attorney, both durable and medical, for both of my parents. I am the first on my father. I am the second the second on my father. My mother is first, I am second. And then I am the first on my mother. But I'm the first on all of their durable power of attorney.
Got it.
We're trying to put them into an assisted living place. We went and toured a couple yesterday, and we found one that we really like. And now my mother is being very resistant. She's all for it.
Hey,
And now
Miles.
she's resistant.
Miles, when
And
you
what's happening?
Miles, when you say your mom is resistant, were they going to go to assisted living together in like the ones that take couples and families?
Yes, it's a beautiful facility.
Right.
It's a 2-bedroom apartment, and it's really nice.
And how old is your mom?
Everything's things. My mom's 89, and my father is 91.
And how does your mom express her resistance?
Well, she was, like I said, she was all for it. And so we're like, okay, we're going to do this. And, we toured the places. They were great. She liked the places. But she is very resistant about selling her house. That's the only way that we can pay for it. And her cognitive skills, I forget the test. Did they do was it MIB or something like that? She came in at a 19, which is moderate to severe.
Yeah, but Miles, none of that matters unless it's made official. And having a power of attorney has nothing to do with taking control of your parents. You can't do that simply because you have a power of attorney. What you need is guardianship.
No, I know that.
Okay, but here's what I want to know. Your dad and your mom, you say it's your mom's home, or do they own it together?
They own it together. My father is 91 with Parkinson's and severe dementia. He is definitely, he's out there. He doesn't know what day it is. He wanders.
So your mom, does your mom have guardianship over him, or was he never ruled incompetent?
He was never really ruled incompetent because it was just kind of a given. She was taking care of him. She was his caregiver. And so they never really officially ruled him incompetent, but it would be very easy to do. And trust me, Tom, this is the last thing I want to do. I don't want to do this.
Well, you have to.
But it's for their own safety.
Then you need, you need to do is simply you are allowed to do a court action to challenge your mom's viability and take over as a guardian. Now, we can get...
And how do I do that?
Okay. I'm going to get one of our attorneys on to talk about it. And I want you to hold on. I think we're going to get... let's get McKenzie. Dan McKenzie. He is McKenzie Law. He's an estate planning attorney. Let's talk to him first. There are ways to go about it. It's always very, very difficult, very difficult. And if they feel that you're trying to take advantage of them, they're going to get an independent person appointed with the courts. So hang on a sec. Did you want to say something? Go ahead, Pat. What were you going to say?
Well, we had just had this done.
Okay.
With one of our clients.
Okay. So in other words, did one of the kids want to take over for the parent?
They did.
They did.
Changed everything.
So what did they do? They filed with the court?
They did. They went to the attorney, and she actually, we talked about it.
No, yeah, you're on. But I mean, don't use names. Just use situation.
Right. So she had been contacted through an Engelbert
Oh, so this was a scam where someone was spending money. And so what did the kid do?
And so finally the kid went to the attorney and said, my mom's being relationship scammed on this thing. And she's sending money to these people.
So she got the court's rule?
Yes. And the client had gotten in touch with me asking for lots of money to go. And I'd been in contact with the daughter. And so
the daughter filed a motion with the courts?
Right.
And took control?
And got letters of temporary guardianship and temporary conservatorship that are in place.
And did the mom challenge it at all?
She's not happy about it, but there was a judge. It's a judge order. I mean, it was presented to the court and the evidence was presented and the judge signed off on it. So
now the daughter.
How much did he get her?
Correct.
How much did the scammer get from the poor lady, Pat?
I think around just shy of 100,000, but I'll tell you what, Mark, she was about ready to pull just shy of half a million. So
unbelievable.
And we finally got it into place prior to that going on. And I mean, it was scrambling to get this done, but we got it done. And so that's how you can go about it. And it's a terrible thing. I mean, it's just awful what folks will do.
Wow. Dan McKenzie's on the line. McKenzie Law, estate planning attorney. Hey, Dan.
Hey.
So listen, Miles he's helping his parents. He has power of attorney. He's helping his parents sell their home and move into an assisted living facility that they picked out. But now the mom is having second thoughts. And he says the dad basically is totally incompetent, and he thinks the mom is too. How can he make them sell the house and move at that age? This becomes a very delicate topic. How do you navigate that, Dan?
Yeah. Is that related to the conversation you were just having?
Yes.
About the conservatorship or no?
Yes.
Okay. Because that usually, I think Kelly told me there's a power of attorney in play, but a power of attorney just says you can act on my behalf, but I still can too, and you can orally revoke powers of attorney. Actually, it doesn't take anything fancy. So the person who signed the power of attorney really still has full control. They're just saying, you also can do stuff for me. So if he feels like, look, they need to not have control anymore,
right,
that does require probably a court order.
Now, how is that done practically? How is it done?
You petition the court to have a conservator appointed for these.
I mean, but you can do that for him, right? Isn't that typically how it would be done?
Yeah, it's not a pleasant process, I will tell you that, because the courts are appropriately nervous about it because they're taking away a person's right to handle their own affairs. So they do typically, there's going to be a hearing. You might need witnesses. Well, you definitely will need witnesses. You might need expert witnesses. And if the parents think, sometimes the person who's the subject of the whole thing is sitting there saying, no, I'm fine. And they don't always win that argument, but they can be there. It doesn't mean they're, unconscious in the hospital. They might be walking around and doing stuff. And that's the whole problem. So it is a pretty intense process, actually, in a lot of cases.
Okay. And what happens to the parents? Do they get to hire an attorney? You know what? It seems to me like it's a little unbalanced if some young, aggressive, I'm not saying that's happening with Miles, but some younger, aggressive child wants to take control of the finances and their parents. Are the parents, like, who represents the parents in these hearings?
The parents can hire an attorney, and sometimes they do. I've been in that position. If the court is concerned that they're not represented, they can appoint a guardian ad litem who can show up and basically be there to advocate on behalf. It's almost like having the, public defender appointed if you're in a criminal matter. But there's a guardian appointed to argue on their behalf.
Aha. So, do you have any questions about it, Miles? Okay, Miles.
I have to explain the whole situation that we are in right now.
Go ahead.
Okay, the situation is that my father at home fell on my mother and she broke her ribs, and so they are now in a rehab facility. But my mother is good enough to be released, but they won't release her because she is in an unsafe environment. And we've been trying for years to get them to get out of their house. But we have all these doctors' reports saying that they cannot go home in the same situation that they're at. And we could hire a 24-hour caregiver, but that's like $30,000 a month. And whereas we could put them into assisted living, a really nice place, for like $10,500.
Okay, so
and,
Dan
you gotta
McKenzie,
we're
in a dire
Dan McKenzie,
Yeah.
would that be worth trying to make a run for guardianship?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's probably what's going to need to happen. And if the family doesn't do it, the hospital might have already contacted Adult Protective Services. Sometimes they get involved in these situations where there are people living on their own who really should not be.
Let me just say, Miles, you need to consult an attorney. I need to take a break. And Dan McKenzie is coplans.co. The number is 833-CO-PLANS.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Some normal Friday slowdowns throughout the Denver Metro. For the noon hour, I-25 northbound speeds in the 40s and 50s between Alameda and Colfax, adding about 3 or 4 minutes to your delay. Through Commerce City, I-270 east and westbound, some stop and go both directions approaching Vasquez. Over on the west end, we have a crash on the 6th Avenue eastbound off-ramp to southbound Kipling Street, not really affecting traffic on 6th, but you may see some stop and go on the interchange. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, we'll share the story of how Frederick Douglass went from being owned by another man to being his own man. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. I coined that phrase nearly 30 years ago. Frank's been in business the whole time, showing me what it's all about. This man has proven himself when it comes to buying or selling more and for more value when it comes to buying better value and selling at the highest prices in the market. Frank's got the records to prove it. 303-920-1622. And let me tell you what Frank does free of charge for people, whether they're going to be a client or not. If you're wondering what your house will sell for on the open market, he'll do a complete market analysis, and that is free of charge with no obligation. You'll find out what you'll get, what you can net, and even what you can buy. Call Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Tomorrow, April 5th, Barry Miller from Vestera Turnkey and I will be talking about becoming a landlord without the conventional risks or hassles. That's Vestera Turnkey. And I'm going to give you the website to sign up. Or you can always call Barry and his team to find out more at 303-888-3788. But tomorrow at our seminar in the DTC, I'll give you the website to sign up. You'll find out how to become a landlord. And if you don't want to do the whole investment, how to partner with others. That's what I'll be there to talk about. Or using qualified retirement money to buy a rental. That's mybiggestreturn.com to sign up. mybiggestreturn.com. How much time do I have?
4.
Thank you.
Yep.
I have a feeling this isn't over either.
Do we have any time coming back?
What's that?
1 whole minute.
Okay.
Stock market. That's not that.
Yeah, like, I don't even want.
Monday it's going to keep going.
I don't.
I don't know.
Yep.
What's going to keep going?
I think you're going to see the Dow somewhere around 37 and the S&P probably around 5 before it stops.
Oh, I bet Joe.
I think we'll hear news over the weekend that'll determine that. I just don't know if it's going to be good or bad.
It just seems like it's on a downhill slide right now. It's not going to stop for a little while, especially with China jumping.
People better jump back in quick then.
Yeah, but if they keep selling off like they are, you know.
It's got to be good for Joe Piano's business.
Hell yeah.
Big time.
You know it
He doesn't
is.
need to advertise with you guys anymore.
Even property right now I'd be a little scared of.
Yeah.
Real estate?
Yeah.
Why is that, Mark?
Well, because if people are losing money to buy property,
they lose 20%.
then the price of property goes down.
Yeah, you're right.
I wouldn't touch a home builder right now either, man.
But the market was so overcooked. I mean, it was right for
Oh, Stephen, I do have a CenturyLink contact, absolutely for sure. But you do have to call the show, give your problem on the live show to the guys. And then if they feel it's warranted, I'll reach out to my contact. They're super quick about resolving issues, too. 303 Martino.
We're not giving that out for nothing. We want to talk about it.
Hey, Mythical. I want to explain something to you in all seriousness. When we used him in Castle Rock,
who?
Frank Duran. He came out and our model was selling. I'm going to use rough numbers because it's so many years ago, but our model house was selling for like $500,000. Frank came out in the same exact model as the other ones in the neighborhood. It was called Red Hawk. I mean, our house, there was probably 50 just like ours in the whole Meadows and Red Hawk. So he wanted to sell it or put it up at $450,000. I said, "What are you nuts? I know we can get $500 for this." But what he did was he did that, then he did this Matterhorn video that did a complete walkthrough of our house. He listed it on a Friday. We had over 100,000 people Friday, Saturday, Sunday virtually walk through our house. Monday, Frank had 30 offers for us. Then he started the bidding war. Within a week, we went with a particular offer after the bidding, and we got $565,000 for the house. We ended up getting $65,000 more than anybody else. We got $65,000 more than anybody else in the neighborhood with the same model. That's how part of his magic worked. Then, to bring it another step, we had a pool table that was in the basement and a theater room down there. And I didn't want to move that stuff. And he twisted those people's arms that offered that $565 for to buy that stuff, and they sure did. We ended up doing great.
Well, it was a celebrity house, too.
Yeah. That's what I told my neighbors.
Exactly.
It was sad to see me go.
Yeah,
10 seconds,
you
buddy.
pricks.
Oh, that's funny.
For a special edition of The Right Side of Hollywood, a tribute to Val Kilmer and his top 5 all-time film performances, celebrating his life and legacy after his passing on Tuesday. 2 p.m. start time on Friday, right here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. So, Kevin, let's talk. What's happening?
Hey, Tom, thanks for taking my call. I know you've had some oil and gas leases, so I thought maybe you could help me with this.
Yep, still do.
I'll try to shorten it up. Good. We bought a property about 2 years ago that had a gas pad on it, and in 2019, they put the wells. In 2018, 2019, somewhere in there, they were supposed to reclamate the site a year after, or if they get an extension, which they did from the previous owners. And then on the state reg, that reclamation is supposed to be done within 5 years of the contract being signed, which expired in October of last year, October of 24. So we didn't hear from them. The oil company has changed hands. It's a new oil company. We figured winter came in. I'm like, okay, they'll probably wait till spring. January and February are pretty rough. And then all of a sudden we've seen some equipment out there. So we went out and looked at it and said, hey, what's going on? They're like, oh, we're going to put 7 more wells in. We're like, okay, but the surface use agreement says we thought you were here to start reclamating. And they're like, no, we're gonna go ahead and put these wells in. So my question to you, does a surface use agreement, an SUA, does that expire? Like, is that just forever?
Hold on, we'll come right back and talk about it coming up. Hang on.
Bo, I'm talking to your sister on Discord.
Oh, you are?
And she doesn't get out of the house much because of her one puppy, I guess. She can't leave. I was like, tell Bo to puppy sit so you could get out of the house. She's like, it's a shit show when Bo comes over to puppy sit.
Yeah, it is. No, the dogs come after me. I gotta fight them off, and it is a shit show. Yeah, look at this. Look at this on my.
What kind of dogs are they? Oh my gosh! What kind of dogs are they?
That's from the dog?
Yeah, it means
from Top Secret's
standard
dogs.
poodles.
Oh my God!
Top Secret was saying she doesn't get out of the house much because she can't leave her pup. I said, have Bo puppy sit so you can leave. She's like, no, it's a shit show.
Yeah, they jump on me.
It would have been funny if you held up your other hand.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, that is right. I have done that. Look what the fuck.
That damn dog.
Bo, what kind of puppies?
I'm calling Fuller.
Poodle.
On
Poodle?
YouTube. 3 standard
poodles are friendly?
Oh, they're just
they can
friendly
be
at night.
obnoxious.
Yeah,
they
they're
can?
obnoxious.
I've never had a poodle.
Standard 3, yeah, they're like little ponies.
Yeah, I want a corgi.
Do they really
I don't
get
want a third dog.
rambunctious though?
Yeah, they do.
Get one of those stun guns.
That's
Mark! Oh my God!
You just
Top Secret.
I hit our little Yorkapoo with one time.
Top Secret is going to hunt you down.
Mark, that's a great idea.
Cattle prods, though.
Maybe a little taser.
You can buy a great stun gun on Amazon for like $23.
Your sister's going to lose her poo.
Cattle prod.
Those are like $300,000.
Are they gentle or are they are they needles? Were they knives?
No, it's electric.
Oh my God!
Sometimes you got to hit him twice.
He was born without one.
The second time to bring him back.
To bring him back to life.
He was born without his left. Yeah, Top Secret. I'm saying my God as well. Jeez. Can't believe my husband would say that.
A full-grown poodle. Yeah. They were not very. I was not happy.
Top Secret wants to know if she could block you.
Can you?
She doesn't block.
It's a full standard poodle.
Oh, JR from the road says he can't pet his poodle anymore. I'm never getting a poodle. Oh my God.
Yeah, this has been healing up for a month.
You should shave that sucker next time you see him. Shave him down to the skin.
I'm thinking of the taser.
Like one of those.
Why
not? Okay, how about this? I find this way less cruel, but Top Secret might not. Why not spray the dog with water? Wouldn't
That's not fun.
Oh.
No, a little zap. I'll tell you what, that dog will never jump up on you again.
I want to see a little suffering.
Fire extinguisher.
And if you hit it with the cattle prod, I assure you it'll never jump on anybody.
For ideas from these two.
Yeah,
Jeez.
cattle prod's like 300,000 volts, I think. That knocked Doc on his ass.
We had an electric fence for my one dog because he kept chasing the chickens, and we had to crank
it. Your little puppy, your little pugs, or
no. Years ago, we had an Aussie that loved to chase the chickens.
Oh.
So I strung a hot wire around the chicken coop. And he ran out and jumped up on the fence and fell back.
He never went there again, did he?
No, but I was afraid we killed him because we had it cranked up a little too.
Oh my God!
You're like, damn.
Crank up the volume.
You should bring her poodle over to Jeff Vick's house. Or not Jeff Vick. Damn it, I messed up.
Kevin Cook.
No, who was the Eagles quarterback? Michael Vick's house. Let's see how that dog really does.
Oh
like the
my
poodles.
God.
They're just a
Poor
little
Jeff.
aggressive.
Bring it over to Jeff Vick's house.
Jeff Fix.
Dress it up as a deer and drop it off at Jeff Vick's cabin.
One looks like a damn deer.
Let's see how it really stands up to a nice pit
Cattle
bull.
prod.
Oh, I got another message from Tesla.
What's it say?
I'll tell you.
Can we relock now?
Oh, your Model X financing's approved. You offer in the financing task in the Tesla app.
Yeah. Congratulations, Majors, on a new Tesla. It's like a new baby, huh?
No.
Is it a boy Tesla or a girl Tesla?
So this one's a girl Tesla.
It's a chick Tesla.
I got to support Elon. Even though I lost probably $100,000 today.
I know. I don't even want to look.
If I lost $100,000 today for us, I would not be supported.
Well, that's why you don't take the loss. That's why you shut the fuck up and you go, I'm not retiring for 25 more years, so I'm fine.
Yeah, it'll come back, though.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, but Tesla was overpriced. I mean, a year ago, it was $200.
No, it's the robots and the self-driving is my entire banking.
But that's future stuff. So
The robots are the end of this year, man.
But it's still future. They're not current.
When you meet my robot, you're going to buy a robot. When you can replace anybody in your shop with a robot, you're going to buy a robot.
I thought you said anybody in your house.
Those are a different kind of robot.
Should have said a lot.
I think they're called dolls, aren't they?
Yeah.
Their first name is Blow Up. See, there was like a 40% tariff in Vietnam, and now the guy just called up and said he wants to change it. I mean, how can you not be upset with a 49% tariff on our goods going into...
Well, the reason they did, because they moved a lot of production from China to Vietnam to beat the tariffs coming out of China. And that's where they started,
It's called tariff chess.
I told Girl Friday if she ever stops in with the freeze-dried, she has that store. If she ever stops in again, I said, give me a heads up. We'll have you in and talk about your goodies, like on a Girl Friday, on a Car Friday or something. Funny, she is Girl Friday.
Wild stuff.
Did you try some?
Yes,
yeah, it was. It's different. I mean, I'm not a candy person.
Me either, but it's something totally different.
It is so unique.
Yes.
She got top Westward honors for the best candy store.
Yeah, I saw that.
In
yeah,
Westward.
It's so cool.
That's crazy.
Yeah, she's not too far from my house. I should stop over there. But
I think the one I liked was the Skittles.
Skittles.
Yeah,
yeah. It was like that. Each Skittles
huge.
like this big.
Yeah.
Mutant Skittles.
I just want to know when the beer guy's coming back.
Oh, we have news about that too. Do you want to tell him?
Oh, he texted me a few minutes ago. I didn't even look at it.
It's kind of cool news.
Yeah, I don't want to go into it yet, though.
Oh, we'll tell you after the show.
Kevin?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
But it was just, what do you have, about 8 different ones?
Ooh, Easter goodies again. Let me know if you have some favorite candy. I like Fruity Pebbles. Can you do Fruity Pebbles candy?
10 seconds, guys.
I want Captain Crunch.
Show tonight from 6 to 9 on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help a common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, Tom Martino here, along with Major Marc Mager and the crew back at the station. We are here to help you solve problems, answer questions, and take complaints. This hour brought to you by One Clear Choice Garage Doors. And I really think it's a clear choice. When it comes to garage door maintenance, repairs, installation, openers, and everything else, go to oneclearchoicedoors.com. It's One Clear Choice Garage Doors, but the website is oneclearchoicedoors.com. All of their prices on there, everything they do, and they're open 24/7. oneclearchoicedoors.com. Well, let's talk about your life. Kevin has a question about drilling. And when it comes to royalty or working interests, when people own oil and gas, they either own a royalty or that means they simply own the land or did something that awards them a royalty for every gallon taken out or every barrel, or they have a working interest, which means they're part of the corporation that's doing the drilling, or they have property owner rights, which are direct leases to the mineral companies. And which do you have, Kevin? This land that you bought, did you buy the mineral rights?
No, we don't have mineral rights with it. We do get some money for each additional gas well, so I'm not trying to be ridiculous.
Well,
I
hold
just
on.
didn't know.
Hold
that
on.
the
So you
surface
own
use
the
agreement-
surface
okay.
rights. How much land are we talking about?
The total property is 35 acres. This is the question part we're having. We keep going round and round with them. Is when we at closing, we were showing a paper from the old gas company showed a 2-acre permanent gas well pad, and then then they wanted us to sign a paper saying we give them more area. And this is from the old company. We said no. We get a lawyer. A lawyer looked at it, said don't sign it. And now they've changed hands. Now this new company is saying they have a additional 4-acre temporary construction site, but that was part of the surface use agreement that expired in October of 24.
Okay. If it expired, it's expired. It's that easy. If there was an automatic renewal option, that would be in it. Everything would be in your documentation. So are you asking me, are they allowed to take an expired agreement and extend it? No, they're not.
Okay, and thank you. That's what we're trying to figure out. And of course, when we talk to the new oil and gas guys, he keeps saying, I have no idea. I have no idea what you're talking about. We're like, well, it's in our closing papers. We'll send them to you. But I thought maybe we should talk to somebody like yourself first before we
Kevin,
do.
you have 35 acres.
Difficult.
It's called 35 acres with outside mineral rights. You said the working contract expired in October. That would have allowed them.
Yes.
That would have allowed them to double the pad, right?
Yes, exactly.
Okay. And it's expired. Did you say to the person, well, that's an old agreement?
That's what we've been saying to them, and they keep blowing past it, saying we're going to come in, we're going to put our 7 wells in, we're going to be in and out right away. I said, okay, but technically after October, you're not even supposed to be on the property. You don't have a surface use agreement past October of 24. You were supposed to reclamate this and be gone at that point.
Then they're just hoping that you're not going to do anything.
Okay, and then one more quick question with that is on our closing papers, the as-built diagram from the old gas well company showed a 2-acre permanent site, 2.04 acres, as the permanent production facility. Can we hold them to that, saying that is all you are allowed, since that is what our closing paper showed?
Of course.
From the old oil and gas
course.
company. Does that make sense? Yeah.
Of course, unless the closing docs were in error and the underlying paperwork says more. The original contract for mineral rights is what's going to prevail. So if someone misrepresented the property upon sale and your closing docs say that, you just have to make sure the closing docs jive with the original paperwork.
Okay. And the original statement showed a 4-acre pad, but our papers as an as-built shows a 2.0
Kevin,
permanent.
Now that's burying the lead. You're telling me that there was original paperwork for 4 acres?
On the original, yeah, that's just a blanket. And it also showed 18 wells, but they can't put 18 wells on 4.
It doesn't matter.
That was just a blanket.
It doesn't matter.
File.
There's original paperwork for 8 acres, you're saying, or 4 acres.
For 4 acres. Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Right.
And this 4 acres was for the pump pads.
I'm assuming so, because that doesn't really show up on anything else.
Then why did you tell me they only have 2 acres?
Because the as-built on our closing papers from the old Nickel Road operating, shows a schematic and shows 2 acres outlined. It says permanent production facility, 2 acres.
That's true. So So here's what they're saying. There's 4 acres. They've used 2 of them, and they advise you that of closing. That doesn't take away the other 2 acres, Kevin. That doesn't.
Okay.
I mean, and I don't even know what you're talking about as far as this. You said something, the surface use agreement for pump pads expired. That's true. They can't expand it, but they don't have to. They have 4 acres.
Well, they need more than the 4 to put their temporary construction site, though. I think
the temporary construction,
bro.
The temporary construction is not a surface use agreement.
Okay.
The temporary construction is outside of the surface use agreement. So you have to go.
Okay. Even though it shows an acreage?
Yes, it doesn't matter. Here's what they're saying. We own surface rights to your property. And in order to do it, we have to put some wells on there. And in order to do it, we're going to have some extra property we use temporarily for equipment. That separate agreement for the construction site or the equipment is what prevails. Otherwise, what you're going to end up doing, you can thwart them a bit. But the bottom line is, if they have the 4 acres, they're going to use the 4 acres. And if you technically end up being correct, well, you can have the 4 acres, but you can't temporarily use our property for storage. Well, then they're just going to bring equipment in and out of the property as they need it on the 4 acres. It's not going to get you out of that 4-acre commitment. The original paperwork is what prevails. You bought it subject to those 4 acres being an oil site. Do you get paid anything for this?
Yeah, we're going to get some for the additional wells. Yeah, we're going to get some for that.
Do you get regular checks, or is it a one-time payment?
No, just a one-time payment on it.
Okay. Kevin, I don't think they're trying to screw you.
Okay.
And I caution people.
Okay.
If you buy property with outside mineral rights, you better be very, very certain that you can live with the terms and conditions. There have been some people that bought property when I was out buying property back in the day, and they'd buy property subject to these rights, not thinking anything would happen. And they end up not being able to build a subdivision or something they wanted to build on a good part of it because of it, because it severely restricts you. So I hope the rest of your land, though, it doesn't hinder the use of your land, right?
Oh, no. Look, it's on the north end. I mean, we knew it there, and the site's clear at the north end of the property. It's not like in the middle of the property. It's, to us, we're fine with it when we bought it. It just, we thought they were going to reclaim it and get out, and then all of a sudden they show up saying they're going to still do a bunch of work, and we thought that the surface use for the temporary construction part expired, but apparently it doesn't, so that's fine too.
All right, Kevin, thank you for calling 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually...
Jordan's on the phone. He's ready for you.
Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 20% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
MyMoneyMyWay.com. Right now I'm talking to Jordan Chiano about the investment strategy. I want to ask something, Jordan. What are the investments doing now in the fixed indexed annuities while other people are fearing?
Yeah, great question. With these tariffs going on and people getting fearful of the Dow, the NASDAQ, the S&P dropping, basically with our products, you have guarantees. That is the key thing. You can't drop lower than 0%, so when people start and roll money over, they can't lose their principal. And on top of that, they also have a guaranteed step-up growth every single year. Even if the market were to crash for the next 5 years, their money's growing.
That's important to know. And then it turns into income. Explain that.
Yeah, once they're ready to flip that income switch on, that's going to pay a paycheck to them bigger than what they started with, no matter what. And that's the beautiful thing is where the markets go, where the tariffs go, when they're ready, they flip an income on, and this is going to pay a paycheck for the rest of their life, no matter how long they live. And that is the beauty of our plans.
So you get a nest egg that is protected from the volatility. You get guaranteed growth. And then when it's time for income, you get guaranteed income. And none of that can be threatened by market conditions, is what you're saying.
That is correct. You got it, Tom.
That's mymoneymyway.com. mymoneymyway.com. If you are looking for an alternative investment, fixed indexed annuities, 303-779-6600. Hey, if you're looking for a personal injury attorney, we love John Fuller. Now, John Fuller, we like him so much, we use him as our expert here on the show, and then he even fills in for us when we're not available. John Fuller will talk to you directly when you have an accident or when you're asking about an accident, maybe for a friend, a loved one, a neighbor. Here's the deal. You call 303-597-4500 and say you want to talk to John. Not many attorneys talk to you before you hire him. He will. He'll answer each and every question. If you decide to hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis, and you even get a cell phone that you can call in the future. 303-597-4500. 597-4500.
Hey, sir, do you have me in the sleep by chance?
Okay.
Take me off?
But I don't know if you know, we're $2,000 deep already with no answers.
Mark informed us quite well about it.
$1,800.
I heard all about it.
Oh, God.
I'm just worried, so my God, by the end of the day, it's going to be 4, and he's going to really go through the ceiling. Well, it takes 2 just to figure it out. I paid 2 just to figure it out.
I know, and that's like the thing.
Just
it's
like
like, you know, how much is an animal worth? And that's different for every person.
My sister would spend a fortune.
But it's only worth what the dog costs.
No.
My sister.
No, I'm talking about in court cases.
All right, it's considered property.
Yeah, it's like
my sister would take a second on her house for her.
Oh, my girlfriend would too.
For the little bugs. She'd be like, you need to move out. Give me all your money.
Money is no option.
You have to take a second on Sheridan Auto Tech for the dog.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And you know, I'm not going to say money is no object when it comes for me to Nico, but I'm like, I'm probably, my threshold's a little bigger than Mark, so I just got to there's a yin and a yang here with what we're going to figure out.
Mark's not common.
Like what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. Tom? Is Tommy there or is he?
I'm here.
Oh, how much? What's the most you've spent on a dog to like either save its life or figure out what's going on with it? Like, what is do you have a max limit or does it just depend on the animal?
Well, I spent $7,000 on my horse. I spent.
Okay, that's a horse.
Yeah,
okay, that's big.
You can do that in 10 minutes.
In a barn cat that was mauled by a coyote, we spent $1,200. And I'm thankful we never were presented with that because Donna would have spent anything. So,
yeah.
Right now, I don't know what I would do. It depends. It really depends on how. I don't know.
I don't get the barn cat one.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know. I just don't know.
Bad.
Like, yeah. I don't want to jump the gun right now until we hear what they find. But you know, people start treating their animals for cancer and stuff. That gets super expensive. And
we had someone to put $20,000 in that little Palanese or whatever it is.
The Pomeranian. They put $20,000 into it for a heart problem and surgery. It died like.
Local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. Online at khout.com.
Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Well, we got a lot going on today, a very eclectic list of problems. Let's talk to Phil on his homeowner's insurance. Phil, go ahead. What's happening with you, Phil?
Hey, Tom, if you recall, about a week and a half ago, this woman called in for this older lady that had problems on her roof, and she was with Homesite Insurance. Do you recall anything like that?
I recall something like it. I don't recall it specifically. What is the problem?
And the insurance company was only going to pay her $800 to repair her roof or something like that.
I remember something like that. Homesite, yeah. Here's what happened. It was a 90-year-old woman, Ruth, had AARP insurance for 25 years. They dropped her, and she got a new policy with Homesite. After a year and a half, she had a hailstorm, and her insurance only paid $800. That was assigned to Deputy D. Deputy D, what happened with that?
He's not here, Tom. He's out for the Rockies.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry we didn't tell you.
Okay. Well, you know what? I don't know what happened with that.
Yeah, I was kind of curious because I have Homesite Insurance. It's the Geico sister company, Homesite. I had...
we'll get that update from a Monday for you for sure, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mark, I need you to fight for me. Mark.
Well, tell me what's going on.
But anyways...
Tell us what's going on.
Tom, 2023, February, I had water damage caused by water pressure going in from the street, from the meter. I had 120 pounds of pressure.
Phil, so you're saying that the city's water meter was off?
Yeah, like 120 pounds or 110 pounds
but was
of pressure.
It the city's was it the city's meter that did that?
Yes, Arvada, Colorado, yes.
Okay, so go ahead.
So I talked to a couple guys that came out and looked, and he said that my water pressure is way too high. So they put a regulator on there. I said, I've been here for 37 years at the same place. I've never had trouble with this before. So, anyways, let's get to it.
Phil,
what happened was it blew up.
When you put a regulator on, so did they go into your basement or wherever and say, we're going to regulate the pressure?
Yes. Yeah. So they put that on there, and then they turned it, and it cut down the pressure. But, oh, man, I tell you.
What? Tell me.
Anyways.
Tell me what?
The line from the spigot busted. I had water all over the basement, probably about 6 inches of water everywhere. And I called...
what company put in what company put in the secondary what company put in that secondary regulator valve?
Arvada.
It was the city?
Yeah, it was the city. And I told him, I said, you know what? I went down there and I told him you caused my problem because two of my toilets blew out too. And I had to replace the toilets.
Phil.
Yeah.
I know that I know you have the story in your head. Let me just recap. You're saying that the water damaged, bottom line, the water damaged your property due to Arvada city water system, right?
Yeah, too much pressure or volume.
But I don't understand this part. When you complained about the pressure, they put a secondary water pressure valve in?
Yeah, after my plumber came out and fixed the piping. And then, matter of fact, they didn't do it. The plumber put in the regulator. That's
yeah,
right.
I was going to say, generally they just run you the tap, then you have a regulator at your house.
That's what I was saying.
Right. So I had to call.
So here's the thing, Phil. I don't think that original damage was done by Arvada at all. It's because your valve went bad, and then you had a new valve put in. You can't blame the city for this.
But it's 2 years ago, so why the call today about it? I don't get that part.
Well, listen, I'm having trouble with home site insurance paying the claim. I had 4 people over here on the damage on the basement. The insurance company paid me, which I didn't like the price neither, but they did pay me for my personal property. But
what won't they pay for?
Phil, why did they decline? Why did they decline
First of all,
everything
I don't
but the
even know
personal
what they
property?
declined. He just said they paid for his personal property. What did they decline?
The damage. Like what? The
damage.
flooring? What?
Yes, you're right, Mark. The flooring, everything else. And I called him back up a couple months later, and he said, you never told us how much it's going to cost for the construction, the carpet, the tiling, and all this other stuff.
Phil, you said
so
something.
I said, okay.
Phil, hold on. You said something about 2 failures, I think. You said in February 2023, the pipe burst due to high pressure. Then your plumber came in and put a new one in, and that one failed too, or not? Or was I misunderstanding?
No, it didn't fail.
Okay.
He fixed it right. And he put the regulator in.
Got it.
But they did pay me for my personal property at that time, but not the construction part, the paneling, the tile, the flooring, the ceiling tile, where the water came in from the ceiling.
Okay, let's get Compass Insurance on. Hold on, Phil. I don't even want to talk because I don't know why they would pay for personal property but not the other. It's kind of weird. Let's ask Brian Burns from Compass Insurance to come on. All right? Then we'll learn something. 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Hey, valet parking at a hospital. It's a great topic we're going to talk about coming up. I'll tell you why. I find it to be one of the most convenient services ever, and it's always free. But Key has a problem. We'll find out about that and more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Our American Stories.
Over on the east end of town through Aurora, I-225 southbound, we've got a crash after Parker Road with fire trucks on site blocking 2 right lanes. Watch out for some stop and go to accumulate as folks make the merge over to the 3 left lanes. Does seem like some pretty heavy congestion around the area. South of town, I-25 northbound approaching Plum Creek Parkway. That's exit 181, a crash in the right lane. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
This is Lee Habib, host of Our American Stories. On our next episode, David McCullough shares the story of why the Founding Fathers were not like us. You won't want to miss the next episode of Our American Stories.
You know what you want to do? You want to call Zero Res for your carpet cleaning. Why do I say that? I am such a believer in Zero Res. And you know what? They always have specials, right? I don't even care about the specials. I care about the health and the beauty of my home. And you get both with ZeroResDenver.com because there's no residue in their cleaning fluid. In fact, their cleaning fluid is not a fluid. It's not a chemical. It's not an emulsifier. It is purified, softened, alkaline-based water. It is the strongest and best cleaning agent in nature. They perfected the process and your carpets become clean, taking out all of the previous residues and not laying down anything new. Your carpets look clean, feel clean, and are truly clean. Zero resified. And if you want to take advantage of this, you call 303-471-5150. It's that easy. 303-471-5150. ZeroResDenver.com. Fix It 24/7 is trying to get the word out. Get your furnace and AC checked before the cooling season comes. Listen, there are air conditioners out there right now on the brink of failure, and all they need is a good cleaning. And right now, Fix It 24/7 will do it for you for $39. Unheard of. They spend up to 2 hours. They disassemble, degrease, clean, and adjust your AC with a no breakdown guarantee. Get it done before the heat comes. Fix It 24/7. FixMyHome.com. 720-526-3939.
Doc, usually...
Hey, can Drew go number 2 yet?
I go to sleep around 8:39. But like last night, the kids
I
came
can't
home.
go
so
number
we were up
2
to
anymore.
10:30. So I'm tired today because we were up late.
7 hours is reasonable.
No, that's all. Yeah.
We should get him on.
No, but that's just it. If you go to bed
We
at
should get him
midnight,
on
get
and
up at
see if he
7.
can go number 2.
So Limos, Phil, and Drew need their own show. That would be awesome. Listening to those two.
Do we have Drew's number?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I have it. Why? You want to call?
Not today.
Do you want me to call him and give him your cell?
Not today.
Oh.
He doesn't like Tom, so he loves me, though.
It's a little back pocket thing. I'm pretty sure I have his number. I think I have it on my show calls somewhere when
We'll call for a Drew update next week.
Tom Martino, I can't go number 2 anymore.
Well, either the problem was solved or he's dead. Those are the only two possible outcomes.
We haven't heard a thing from
No, it's possible.
Some people love... Oh, here's another comment about you, Mark. What's this about? Remember when Mark hated Elon for his comments to manipulate his stock? Said he was way too volatile to invest in? No, Steven, I don't remember that, but I'm sure you do, Mark.
Where's that at?
It's on the YouTube chat.
No, let me see. Who is it?
His name is Steven. You got to scroll up just a few.
Steven, remember when Mark hated... That's probably when I fucking shorted him. Like, my God, like 2000, maybe 16? Maybe 2016. I shorted his stock, and that didn't work out very well for
You're not
me.
good at shorting stuff.
No, I've never had luck there. But then Steven, I don't even know where he's going there. So then what I did was I ended up buying a shitload. Almost all the Tesla stock I own is at about $110. So,
Which is where it probably should be anyway.
no, I disagree with you, Kevin, but it doesn't matter.
It's a cult following. It's not a stock.
You've had this since 1983, Bo?
What a day, though, in the market. Holy shit.
Mark.
I'm getting a little less trouble
Mark,
here.
look, since I was 8, he's had this notebook.
It's my college
That's a-
notebook.
1983.
God,
Pretty good shape, huh?
Says-
why don't you splurge and go to the dollar store?
It's...
I'm going to get
Pick
Bo
up
some
a steak
school
and a notepad.
supplies.
Look at the cover.
Advising at University of Northern Colorado.
College.
Oh, here's your grades.
Yeah, I even got my grades.
Wow. January 5th, 1983.
That was my grades that quarter.
Wow.
Are they good?
I don't know. I can't remember.
That's funny. Were they
Came
good?
to Denver.
Really?
Well, February of '83.
Oh, no, this was your schedule, not your grades.
Oh, that's good.
Business, history, PE.
Racquetball.
You dropped something. IAT.
Industrial arts.
Oh, you dropped it.
All right, 10 seconds, guys.
You can reconnect, find your purpose, and heal. The Raleigh House can help. Visit theraleighouse.com to get the help you need. That's the RALEIGH house.com.
I'm Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK, 713-255. Brian Burns is with us from the insurancehelpcenter.com or Compass Insurance Group, home of the free insurance checkups. I'll give you that number when he's done. Hey, Brian. So Phil had a water pipe burst due to improper water pressure, and his insurance company is paying for his personal property but won't pay for any of the cosmetic repairs.
That does not make sense to me. Okay, so you're saying like the damage to the carpet, drywall, that kind of stuff, they're not willing to pay for that?
They won't pay for that, only his personal
No.
property.
That makes zero sense. Does he have a denial letter?
Well, I think we're missing part of it. If I had to ask him, and we'll bring him back up, but Phil, did you ever get them an estimate or anything at all?
Listen, Mark, Tom, listen.
Yes.
I got 2 estimates. One from Handyman Connections.
Yes.
His name is Jeff.
Okay.
I got an estimate there from Ace Handyman Connection estimate. I had both of them come out here.
Phil, did
They
you
gave
give
me
them to
the
your
estimate.
insurance company?
Well, let me finish. So they told me to send them the estimate, the insurance company. They did not receive the estimates. A week later, I called them, and they said they didn't receive the
Okay,
estimate.
Brian, this is
So
2 years ago, so I want Brian to understand that
Here's
part
what I
too.
need to know, Phil. Here's what I need to know. They did not pay for any of the repairs. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Brian.
No.
If something uncovered broke, they would fix the damages that the uncovered item caused, but it would not cover the it would not cover the repair of the uncovered item.
Exactly. That's exactly right. The damage that's caused from it is what would be covered. But what makes zero sense to me, Tom, is if you're going to cover the personal property, why in the world, where would the exclusion be for the actual dwelling?
There is no exclusion. He never sent the estimate in, or he sent it, but nobody ever got it.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you
So
think
that's
that's
really the
well?
problem,
How do
is
you
they
know,
never
Mark?
received
How do you
it.
know?
Because that's what Phil literally just said.
Phil?
All right. Listen, Tom. So, after I had that water damage done in February or January, where I had that water pressure problem, and it busted the line. A month later, I got a letter from the insurance company that they are going to cancel my insurance on March 15th. I thought, okay, they're playing hardball with me, okay. So I called XL Roofing, and I talked to Jeff Smith down there. He came out, looked at my roof, and said that I got damage on my roof for hail damage. So they, Homestead sent out an adjuster with Jeff, got up on the roof, and the adjuster said, you don't have hail damage. Oh, you do have hail damage, but it happened in 2019. They denied my claim there. I said, okay, I'm going back to the basement where I had that water damage and reopen the claim up with this, which
Phil,
should
you're
be
making
the same
you're
claim.
making no sense to me. So when they told you they were going to cancel you, you decided to put in a roof claim. Why didn't you put in a roof claim before that?
I thought, well, March 15th, I thought, well, I'm going to have my roof checked out before March 15th.
Phil, having your roof checked out,
denied it.
Phil, it has to be tied to a specific event. You don't just get the insurance company to give you a new roof, even if you have hail insurance. Brian, tell them.
Yeah, I understand that. I understand that.
So what that they turned down your roof? It probably was old hail damage. They don't have an obligation to pay for anything more than a year old.
Well, according from Jeff Smith of XL, the manager, he said that he doesn't live too far from me, and he got hail too back in June.
Well,
it doesn't matter,
then Phil,
Tom,
then
about
Phil,
the roof.
you have to prove it then, Phil. You know what? You don't just get to put in claims because you think it's a good idea. I mean,
but Tom, his issue's not the roof. His issue's the basement.
yeah, because he was pissed off about the roof, so he went back to the basement. And the basement's not being covered, and I don't know why. Did you get a denial letter?
No, I did not.
Well, then how do you know it's not being paid?
Well, this has been going on.
Did you submit a bill? Did you submit a bill?
I gave them 2 estimates. One from Handyman Connection and one from Ace Handyman.
What did they say when you gave them the estimates?
They said that they'll look into it and get in touch with me.
Tom, I don't think you're following.
What the hell do you mean I'm not following? The guy
Come on,
put
Mark,
in.
I need your help.
Here, he put in a claim for an insurance. Now here's what it boils down to. After all those cockamamie stories, it all boils down to this. He has an insurance claim for damages to his house due to a water burst, and they never got back to him after he sent them estimates. They never turned him down. He doesn't have a denial letter. They never turned him down.
I want to ask you another. I want to ask you another question, Tom or Mark. Mark,
go ahead. I'm listening.
Mark,
yes.
On the damage on my personal property, which they paid me.
Yes.
And my deductible, you wouldn't believe what my deductible was. It was $4,470.
Wow.
Yeah, they put me in a mouse house. But anyways.
What was the question there?
I got the claim for the construction damage, like the floor and the tile and everything else.
Got it.
Do I still have to pay another deductible?
No.
Well, what are you talking about? Only if it's another.
if
Only if it's another event. If it's another event, you do.
No, it's not. It's the same claim number.
No, then you don't pay another deductible.
Okay.
Phil, I suggest you call a public adjuster. Kachina, give him the name of Paragon Services off the air.
Hey, Brian, I'm putting him on hold real quick. Seriously, though, let's say we go back to February of 2023, and they were paying on the claim. That's evident because they put him up somewhere in his mouse house, and they paid for some of his personal items. And let's say he did get estimates, but he never got them to him, or they're claiming they never got them. When does that expire? How long do you have after January of 2023 to still deal with this claim?
Well, that's a great question because to file the claim, you have, like Tom mentioned, the 12 months with most carriers. They look at you have a 1 year. But when you file the claim and you want to reopen, I believe that time frame is longer.
I think it's 3 years.
You would probably. That's exactly what I think it is too. I think it's 3.
I think what we do then, in all seriousness, we put this either with Dimitri or Bo or Doc, and they call up this guy and then make a call to the insurance company to see where it's at, right?
Yeah, that's what we do.
I mean, I never heard.
Mark, that's exactly what we do.
That they've ever acknowledged. Yeah, I don't even know if they ever acknowledged that they got.
No, they never did.
Phil, I'm going to ask Phil a question real quick. Phil, just the answer to this. Did they say they never received those estimates? Is that yes or no?
No, they did not receive.
Thank you. Okay, that's it. So we're on the right path now.
I got to
that
move
was
on.
Easy, Tom.
Jay, you have a comment on this. Go ahead, Jay, quickly. What's your comment?
He had 120 psi. They put in a regulator. Then a spigot blew and flooded the basement. The spigot runs from the basement out to the exterior of the house. They probably have no protection on the spigot, just the interior of the house plumbing. If they still have 120 psi at Arvada, he still has 120 psi at those particular points in his house, and he could have a lot more trouble coming his way.
Okay,
so
good point.
Sure that,
good point. If they didn't put it in the right place, or if he has pressure coming in, he needs a plumber to check it out to make sure he doesn't have future problems. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Over on the east end of town through Aurora, I-225 southbound. We've got a crash after Parker Road with fire trucks on site blocking 2 right lanes. Watch out for some stop and go to accumulate as folks make the merge over to the 3 left lanes. This seemed like some pretty heavy congestion around the area. South of town, I-25 northbound approaching Plum Creek Parkway. That's exit 181, a crash in the right lane. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
You know, Joe Lazara is a criminal defense attorney, and I hope you never need him. But he's a good person to know, because if you're ever under pressure or a friend, neighbor, loved one, relative needs a defense attorney, you don't go shopping when you're under pressure. We've done the shopping for you. Lazara Legal, Lazzara, he'll talk to you up front, initially for no cost. If you decide to hire him, it's on a flat rate for the offense. 303-429-6200. Lazara Legal. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. The people you want on your side for solar. Solar is still very viable. The tax credits are still there, and special grants if you have a commercial system. RedRocksRS.com. They know how to coordinate the grants, the tax credits, and get you financing. If you're looking for solar, go to Red Rocks. 303-704-2449. RedRocksRS.com.
He'd love that. Yeah.
That would benefit too.
Right. Okay, that's a good point.
God, that guy is hard, man.
It's going to be
Hey,
hard.
Tom.
My head's already.
Yeah.
Thomas.
What?
He called up when Suzanne was filling in for Kelly a while back and tried to disguise his voice. Can you imagine? It's like Drew trying to disguise his voice.
I was like, is this Phil? He's like, yeah, I'm busted. I was trying to disguise my voice.
I'm busted.
Because I call every day.
He's a good guy, Phil.
Have you ever met him?
I don't think you listen, though, when he talks.
Shut up.
I thought your head was going to literally explode at one point.
Because of you.
I was trying. I thought I had that
You were
explosion
trying to give
button.
Tommy a heart attack.
I was waiting for animal noises to start.
Dragon, you dropped the fucking ball.
We needed some farm animals.
You had a zoo, Phil?
you. What? Where's there an elephant? Got you with this zoo? Okay. I bet he's got a freaking open claim, and they probably owe him $20,000 or something.
And I was telling Bo, if he gets Matt involved, he may as well have him look at the roof too.
Yeah, Bo, check out the roof.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Get them all. Once he starts hammering, let him go.
It's hard to how do they prove old hail damage?
You can just say it, and then you got to fight it. So if you get an adjuster, then they got nothing.
The last 2 claims I've had to do in the last 6 years or whatever, they both declined, both of them, until Matt got involved.
Yeah.
That's probably what they do, is they tell their people decline it.
This is going to be a good
automatic
call.
decline from everybody.
That would be a separate claim, though. He would have another deductible on the roof.
Okay, I'm going to send
Totally
Kelly,
different deals.
Yes.
Kelly a call for next week. Glad I got this. Letha is not allowed to come to a hair salon anymore.
Who?
This lady that hand wrote a letter to us. Not allowed in Parker. Not allowed to go to a hair salon anymore in Parker.
That sounds interesting.
Somewhere else.
They said she was stealing. Now let me just say
Remember the
something.
one guy, Mark,
I go
that
to
could
hair
not go to the
salon.
massage place?
They have like shampoo and stuff. That's the only thing you can really steal.
What do you mean not go to the
Yes.
massage place?
Remember one guy was banned from a massage place because he smelled?
Spent 86 from 3 of them.
You could be stealing money.
I do remember that.
It's a cash business.
And you had him come to the studio?
Generally not, Doc.
Don't you pay your?
And we were smelling them.
I'll tip her in cash sometimes.
I
just to
totally
save her on
forgot about
fees,
that.
But no.
And I was out that day.
I totally.
No. Tell her we got.
Yep, I totally forgot about that.
I always give my.
I like the guy that came that said he was convinced he could heal anybody by like picking you up by your elbows and shaking you for a second. He could get rid of cancer, you name it, he could get rid of it.
You remember that poor guy? We shot him down in 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, I couldn't believe he was for real. I thought he was a shyster. He was just an old guy that really believed he could fix people.
Oh, wow.
The worst kind of scam because he's so believable. It's not a lie if you believe it.
That's very true.
But it can still be bullshit.
10 seconds here, guys.
Edition of The Right Side of Hollywood, a tribute to Val Kilmer and his top 5 all-time film performances, celebrating his life and legacy after his passing on Tuesday. 2 p.m. start time on Friday, right here on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino. Let's talk to Key. No pun intended, he has a valet issue. Key, what's happening?
Hey, Tom. Yeah, I brought my car into the hospital, valet parking. I left, noticed that there was a scratch on my front bumper.
What hospital was it? What hospital?
Because I left. UC Health.
Okay. Now, UC Health, what they do is they take pictures of the car before they park it.
Exactly. Exactly.
So what happened?
I thought that I come back to see the picture. I came back. I said that my car was scratched here, and they told me, hold on, wait. Took a little information. I asked to speak to a supervisor. Then they told me they were in a meeting. Then I said, I'll wait. I'm waiting now. I'm here exactly right now. And they just now came out right when you came on the line, or I came on your line.
And what did they say?
They're saying that they're not responsible because I left.
What do you mean you
What
left?
does that mean, you left?
What does that mean?
Okay, so the incident happened yesterday at 1:15. We were in there to about, actually 12:15, between 12:15 and 1:34. At 1:34, I came out, picked up the truck, went home, woke up this morning, came out and seen this.
Oh, they're saying, Tom, that basically he's had the truck the last 24 hours. How do they know they did the damage?
Exactly is what they're saying.
I mean, that's a pretty fair question,
Well, hold
though.
on. They really take a lot, like they take at least 6 photos of each car. Was your car photographed?
Exactly.
It was, but even if it wasn't there, what they're saying is it's there now, but it already left them, right?
I get it. I get it.
And I'm
The photos probably don't show the damage, but the damage is there the next day.
He didn't take photos when he picked up the car. He took photos before he gave them the car.
Right.
Right?
But he should have mentioned the scratch when he picked up the car because they're saying it could have been done afterwards.
Exactly.
But apparently he didn't see it when he picked up the car.
I know, but
I was
if you
happy.
look at the UC Health guidelines, they tell us to check the car's condition.
Yeah, I guess so. All I wanted was my wife to be okay, so that's all I was.
Let me ask you this. No, I get you, bro. Where were you going out there?
We were going to cardiology, if that's what you were asking.
Was it the outpatient pavilion, the cancer pavilion? Which pavilion?
It's in the main building.
Okay.
It's in the main building. I'm not
Let me
sure
let me explain something.
I guess.
I know this doesn't do you any good, but I want to explain something specifically about UC Health Hospital's valet service. They've been rated in the top 5 in the country. And for service and for dependability. And I'm telling you that I don't know if they did it or not. Okay. I don't know that. But really, where was it on the car physically? Where is this scratch?
It's on the driver's side bumper, and I already have a ding on the bumper, and I bought it that way, but it goes into the actual body of the truck.
Okay. Why didn't you notice it?
So it's like the bumper. Well, they have like maybe 50 cars in this area that you.
No, you're
get
right.
the valet
You're
in.
right. They hand you the key and they want you to get the heck out of there.
Yeah, and there was an issue with it because.
Hey, you know what? Hold on. Hey, Deputy Bo. Deputy Bo, let's see if we can give them a call and just see what they say about it. Kevin Calkin, SheridanAutotech.com, 303-455-7242. You can depend on him. Remember, save all your problems for me.
You're clear, buddy.
See you, man.